We're on the record. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let me introduce myself. I'm Dave Armstrong, Chairman of the Commission. And with me is Jim Gardner, the Vice Chair, and Linda Breathitt, our Commissioner. And our Council, Mr. Ingram.
Hi, Your Honor. Lindsay Ingram, Stahl, Keenan, Ogden, and Lexington. And with me is Monica Braun, Stahl, Keenan, Ogden, and Lexington as well. We're outside the council for the water company. We have quite a few water company people with us that have not had a chance to see a formal proceeding here in person, so they're here today.
Welcome.
David Barbary and Janet Graham, Department of Law, Lexington, Fayette, Urban County Government.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. David Spinard and Jennifer Black-Hans for the Attorney General, Jack Conway.
Gerald Wucher and Jonathan Byer on behalf of Commission staff.
I know this is an application and was public notice given.
Your Honor, my understanding is it was given and copies of publication of notice have been filed with the Commission.
Yes, Your Honor. They were filed yesterday.
Thank you. Are there any outstanding motions?
None from the Attorney General, Mr. Chairman.
No, Mr. Chairman.
Your Honor, there is an outstanding motion for confidentiality on certain portions of the record. However, given the Commission's rules, that motion does not have to be decided upon today.
At this point in time, we have a microphone here. It's live, and anyone who wishes from the public wishes to make a comment regarding this hearing, and raise them. Come forward. You can adjust the microphone.
I'll have to do that.
Well, maybe not.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman Gardner, and Commissioner Bradley. My name is Tom Marshall. I am here as a citizen today, not representing anyone, merely voicing some concerns and information that I would like to impart to the Commission before we start this today. I guess the, kind of my little memorization tool today is C for context, P for purpose, T for trend, and I for investigate. The context of this hearing, to me, and I will confess I've not followed this closely. I've had to deal with a dying parent. But is that there's to be a connection between the current plant, which is this newest plant at Hardin's Landing, and facilities and to deliver water into Owen County. As many of you may know, I was not a party, but I was certainly present and listened to much of what went on and had some opinions as to that plant. But it's been built. We have a line that's gone through northern Franklin County and Georgetown and Ironworks Pipe through Scott County. Ratepayers have been paying for that plant for at least since I think about September of 2010. The question that I have in looking at some of the data, and I'm certainly subject to check, especially on my data entry, is whether or not the plant indeed has been used and useful to date. I mean, that is the standard. And whether the connection to Owen County is really the primary use for this plant. If it is the primary use for the plant, then should the ratepayers in Lexington and other areas within the Central Division be paying for this plant, which in essence is a plant for Owen County and the Northern Division? There have been a lot of things that have gone on, and I'll just impart a few numbers to you if these are correct. And like I say, I wish the Commission would look at the numbers. I wish they get the operating reports from the Division of Water and look at the numbers as to the water that's been produced at the three plants, the Richmond Road plant, the Kentucky River plant, and the Hardin plant. The numbers I have show 2008, these are approximate, 16.5 billion. 2009, 14.1 billion. 2010, approximately 15.1 billion. And in 11, once again, if I've done the numbers correctly, it's about 14 billion gallons. So you can see that there has either been a decline or the trend line is somewhat flat. In the meantime, everyone's paying for this new plant with a substantial rate increase. I hope the Commission will look at those numbers. I hope that you will go back and take a look at what happened in the case 2007-00134. The Commission should, I believe, be willing to go back and do an analysis on a case of this magnitude to see just what happened after the decision was made. Not just make decisions and then walk away, but let's see what the consequences of those decisions were and whether they were appropriate, and if they weren't, how we can avoid whatever mistakes were made in the past, and whether there is some way to mollify whatever error there may have been or whatever new trend has come along. American Water, the parent company for Kentucky American, has been going to various jurisdictions. I believe, and I'm subject to check here too, but I believe that Gary Nomick, the chief engineer, and others for American Water have been preaching the gospel of declining demand in various jurisdictions. And those include, if I remember correctly, Indiana, Missouri, Iowa, and I'm pretty sure there are at least two others, but I hesitate to specifically name them at this time, but they'd be easy enough to find. I have found Mr. Nomick's testimony very interesting. I'll tell you, I have met Gary. He's a very nice person, and I'm sure very knowledgeable. Attended a seminar, which I believe one other person in this room attended about a year ago, on declining demand at Michigan State University. The testimony, in taking a look at what Gary has filed, and this is from the Missouri testimony, Nomick's testimony, page 8 in 2011. Reduced water usage has the potential to enable the utility to delay or downsize a capacity addition. In systems where demand is approaching the capacity of water supplies or treatment facilities, the water saved through efficient usage by customers can be a preferred alternative to a supply-side expansion with a resulting lower cost to customers. And counsel for, I believe that's his title, for American Water, Mr. Paul Florin, appeared at the winter meeting of NARUC in 2011. And I have copies of these which I'd like to present to the commissioners at the conclusion here. And the slide presentation at that time indicated a 10-year trend, 2000 through 2009, with various states that are served by American Water Company. The average decline, now this is an annual change, was 1.28% according to this slide. Kentucky's was 1.14% per year over this period. Per year, we're talking about some substantial declines in the usage of water. Now, I'll tell you that most of what Gary talked about at the time we had the conference in Michigan and the testimony that has been filed in various states has been about declining residential usage for a variety of reasons, which I won't go into right now. But, low-flow toilets, we talk a lot about low-flow toilets and just how much of a difference they've made and how much of a difference they will make when penetration of low-flow toilets really gets into gear. So we're talking about a declining demand. We're talking about American Water Company going to various jurisdictions talking about declining demand, and I don't know exactly how to characterize what it is that they've asked for, but it looks to me like they've asked for an adjustment to their rates because they want to make sure that they continue to be financially viable, their words, and continue to have the same revenue stream they had before the beginning of the decline. And this reminds me of a phrase that I came across in the last week that just kind of stayed with me, which is we have socialized the risk, but we've privatized the profits. And as a shareholder of American Water Company, I can tell you it's been it's been a good stock. There's a chart that you will find here too that has to do that American Water presented, which shows how this is the various jurisdictions where the decline has occurred. And you will see it's been a gradual decline, but it has been either a gradual decline or a flat demand, even though population has increased in most places. And then, when you get to the end of the presentation, and I urge you to read the last page of American Water's presentation titled Going Forward. It says, acknowledge and understand the residential water usage per customer decline trend. Embrace the trend, don't fight it. And I'm going to skip through some of this. But down to the bottom line, optimize supply production, e.g., stop using least efficient supply. Well, I'm not sure what we do in Kentucky now that we have such a large reservoir of capacity. I urge you to look at, what has actually happened vis-a-vis the demand projections that were presented to you in regards to Case 134. But I guess I need to wrap this up. I think that it would be a service to the public if the Commission would carefully review the purpose for the plant. Was it for the purpose of supplying somebody like Owen County, or was it for the purpose of serving the people who have been paying the rates all this time in central Kentucky? Was it for the purpose of something else? Could it be that there's a business plan at play here? I don't know. But I mean, when you look at the numbers, you have to begin wondering and you begin doing the analysis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. We will receive those as a public comment. This is case number 2012-0096. American Water Company is hearing on which the Kentucky American Water Company, whether or not they should be granted a certificate of public convenience and necessity to construct facilities necessary to connect the Kentucky River Station 2 water treatment plant to its northern division. Without objection, we will receive those public comments. Mr. Higgins, your witness.
Call Cheryl Norton to the stand, please.
Sworn, solemnly swear to tell the truth, nothing but the truth, subject to the rules of perjury.
I do.
Have a seat. You have loud and clear your name and what you do.
My name is Cheryl Norton. I'm the president for Kentucky American Water in Lexington.
Ms. Norton, did you verify Kentucky American's application in this matter?
Yes, I did.
And were you also identified as a responsible witness on a handful of data responses that have been filed by Kentucky American in this matter?
Yes, I was.
And are you here today to receive cross-examination questions about that verification and those data responses?
Yes.
Witnesses available for cross, Mr. Chairman.
I had a couple of questions, Your Honor, but it may be more productive if the Attorney General's office goes first.
That's perfectly fine with us. Thank you. Good morning. Standard admonitions, if you don't hear a question or if you don't understand one of my questions, just let me know. Okay. Is this your first testimony before the Kentucky Public Service Commission?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And by job title, you are the president of Kentucky American Water Company.
Yes.
And how long have you had that title?
Since January of 2011.
Okay. And how long have you been a part of the American Water family?
Since November 16th of 1988.
Do you believe that as part of your role in being the president of Kentucky American Water Company, that you have a responsibility to engage in community activity and participate in community organizations?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And is it the case that the American Water philosophy is for its officers and employees to show leadership in their communities?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, in response to the Attorney General's first request for information, and this is at item 27, we asked through this question the names and positions of the individuals at Kentucky American Water Company and or its parent who made the decision to pursue the build option connecting the Northern Division to KRS-2. And reading from that exhibit, the response lists your name and that of Keith Cartier and Lance Williams. Are you familiar with that response?
Yes, I am.
And in terms of these three names, you are the boss, correct?
Yes, I am.
So do you believe as president you have a responsibility to see that Kentucky American Water Company operates in a manner consistent with laws such as the Safe Drinking Water Act and the regulatory requirements of the Kentucky Division of Water?
Yes, I have that overall responsibility.
Okay. And are you knowledgeable regarding the regulatory requirements of this Public Service Commission?
I would say I am somewhat knowledgeable. I depend a great deal on my team to provide the detailed knowledge regarding those regulations.
And if my understanding is correct, the Kentucky American Water Company placed its KRS-2 River Station in Harding's Landing into service on or around September or October 2010. What was the magic date? Was it?
I wasn't here at that point,
Okay.
so it was September of 2010, but I don't know the exact date of September.
Okay. In terms of homework for your current position, are you familiar with the Kentucky Public Service Commission's April 25, 2008 order in case number 2007-134, and this was the certificate proceeding for the KRS-2 facility and assorted facilities and transmission mains? Have you read that order?
I have read that order, yes.
Okay. And I'm going to add the disclaimer that I'm not going to ask you to provide a legal opinion. When I ask a question concerning a statute, a regulation, or a commission order, I'm asking for you to provide your understanding. Okay. Now, Kentucky American Water has 4 treatment production facilities. Is that correct?
Drinking water production facilities, that's correct.
Okay. And at present, 3 of those facilities, Kentucky River Station 1, the water treatment facility at Richmond Road, and Kentucky River 2 Station, provide drinking water to Kentucky Americans' operations in central Kentucky. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And under the proposal, there will be an interconnection between the KRS-2 station and the Owenston drinking water distribution system.
That's correct.
Okay. Kentucky American Water Company traces its roots back to around 1882 and the founding of the Lexington Hydraulic and Manufacturing Company. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And so for over a century, Kentucky American Water Company supplied water to Lexington, Fayette County, and an area of central Kentucky surrounding Fayette County. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And now we call this portion of Kentucky American Water Company's service territory the Central Division. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes.
As evidenced by certain orders of this Public Service Commission in proceedings, I'll read the case numbers. They were cases number 2001-94, 2002-94, and 2005-206, Kentucky American Water Company expanded its operations to include areas formerly served by the Tri-Village Water District, the Elk Lake Property Owners Association, Inc., and the City of Owenton. Is that your understanding?
I don't know the specific case numbers, but that sounds like the right timing.
Okay. And consequent to this expansion, we now have what we call the Northern Division. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And presently, there is no interconnection between these two divisions.
That's correct.
Okay. In terms of your understanding, has Kentucky American Water Company been encouraged to be a regional supplier of water?
Yes, that's my understanding that was the intent.
Okay. And in terms of your understanding, and you're relatively new to Kentucky, by whom? Just in general terms, who do you look at and say, okay, this is an entity or this is a group that is encouraging us to be a regional supplier of water?
I'm not sure.
So, in terms of your understanding, and these may be, and if we need to defer these to another witness, that's perfectly fine, because I know you're going to have at least one witness who's encyclopedic in terms of her knowledge of Kentucky American.
That's correct.
Okay. The Tri-Village Water transaction, and this is PSC case number 2001-94. To your understanding, was it consistent with Kentucky American Water Company's goal to be a regional supplier of water?
I really can't answer that question.
Okay. I think what we're going to do at this stage is we do have some questions regarding those cases, and we're going to defer those to Linda Bridwell. Now, with regard to the City of Owenton transaction, and this is in this case, the asset purchase agreement for the transaction appears in the Kentucky American Water Company response to the Attorney General's second request for information, and it's item 31. And if we could, I'd like for your counsel to provide you with a copy of that response, and just tell me when you get there.
You said 31?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Spain-Howard, are you on AG's first info request?
No, Commissioner. I'm on the Attorney General's second request for information, item 31.
And that's the asset agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm there.
Okay. Now, do you see on there's an exhibit attached on the second page, and I'm looking at the second page, and it's the it's the beginning of the agreement itself. It's page 1 of 43.
Yes.
And do you see the whereas clauses on that document?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And with regard to the second clause that begins, whereas Owenton has a history of water supply limitations, could you read that into the record?
Yes. Whereas Owenton has a history of water supply limitations during dry weather conditions and water quality issues from elevated disinfection byproducts resulting primarily from its source of supply and treatment processes.
Okay. All right. Now, I asked you if you'd read the Commission's April 25th, 2008 order and the certificate case.
Mm-hmm.
And so what I'm going to do at this stage is hand out some excerpts from that order. I have a copy of the entire order and would be happy, and I'm sure counsel has copies of it as well, and would be happy to provide that. But what we've done to save some paper is just take some excerpts, some pages out of that order. Okay. And I'm going to, it is labeled OAG Cross 1. It is commission record. So at this stage, do you have a chance to look over this? Just kind of glance at it and kind of understand? I mean, does it look familiar? Let's just ask you that question.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the order speaks for itself. And but what I need you to do is to turn to the third page of this cross-examination exhibit, and it's going to be page number 29 from the order. Okay. Now, there is a paragraph that's in there that begins, "Need," in quote, "requires." And what I'd like for you to do is just to read that into the record. That need requires in those two paragraphs that are set off there.
Okay. Need requires a showing of a substantial inadequacy of existing service involving a consumer market sufficiently large to make it economically feasible for the new system or facility to be constructed and operated. The inadequacy must be due either to a substantial deficiency of service facilities beyond what could be supplied by normal improvements in the ordinary course of business, or to indifference, poor management, or disregard of the rights of consumers persisting over such a period of time as to establish an inability or unwillingness to render adequate service.
Okay, thank you. Now, you indicated earlier that you're the president and you're the one who signed this application, and I'm not asking you for a legal opinion, I'm just asking for your understanding. Is it your understanding that this is to obtain approval of this application, that this is one of the things that Kentucky American must demonstrate?
Well, I'll object to the question, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Spinard has advised that he's not asking for a legal conclusion, but clearly that's what the question asks for. Now, I'm sure that Ms. Norton can answer the question, but for the purposes of the record, that is what the question seeks.
Well, Mr. Chairman, she's testified that she's the president, and she's testified that she has an understanding of the laws, and Kentucky American has a responsibility, for example, to comply with the Safe Drinking Water Act, and that's ultimately that falls in her lap to see that Kentucky American maintains its compliance with the laws. Now, they have filed an application that she signed, and this is essentially going through and saying they're the ones with the burden of proof. They have to show the evidence. And what we're trying to do is just simply lay the groundwork to say, okay, you have to show us the evidence. Let's look at these elements of a test, and then let's compare those elements of the test to the elements that you have, to the evidence that you're supplying. I mean, that is part of what she does, is to make sure that Kentucky American complies with the law. She doesn't have to be a lawyer to do that. And so what we're simply asking the person with responsibility, she's the boss, is to talk to us a little bit about the application that they submitted and the evidence that supports it.
Well, again, I don't have a problem with the line of questioning relating to the need for the proposed facilities, and that's exactly what she's here today to testify about, whether these facilities are needed. That's what this case is about. But to track her through the legal language cited in a PSC order and ask her for her conclusion as to whether the proposed facility meets that legal question is asking for a legal conclusion. And we might just be arguing about some semantics here. I just want to make sure that she's not providing a legal conclusion here in her answer. Rather, she's going to testify as to the need for these facilities in her role as a non-lawyer and as president of Kentucky American Water.
I'm going to ask you to go ahead and answer the question as a president of the company, not as a lawyer for the company.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And if she can.
Yes, I believe that we meet this need requirement. I think that the facilities at the Owenton treatment plant right now are inadequate, and there is a high level of risk that we will have disruptions in service to the customers. We've been very close on a few occasions, and really this is about looking at the best way to provide that reliable service to our customers that they deserve and pay for, and ensuring that that we do that in the most cost-effective way as possible. So we are trying to improve on the inadequacies of those facilities.
Okay. In terms of the drinking water industry, there are areas of the country that have a water supply problem. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. And going back to your understanding, the Central Division of Kentucky American Water Company dealt with a very serious water supply issue from approximately 1986 until it put the KRS-2 station into action in 2010. Is that a fair statement?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. Now, going back to need for just one moment, in that second paragraph, the test is disjunctive. It has or in it. The inadequacy must be due to either, then you have the first section, or then you have the second section. To your understanding, and if you don't have one, that's fine, but to your understanding, the evidence that you're presenting, what's the situation with this facility? Is it due to the substantial deficiency of service facilities beyond what could be supplied by normal improvements in the ordinary course of business, or is it to that second portion, indifference, poor management, or disregard of the rights of customers?
I believe it is the actual facilities and the inadequacy of those facilities. We can't correct the problems at the treatment plant through normal operating improvements because they're much larger scale than that. For example, we have our sedimentation basin. There are clarifier. There's only one basin. So if something happens in that basin, we have no ability to shut that plant down and make that repair. We have 2 filters that have to run continuously in order to provide enough water for that community, so we can't shut those down. And so in order to be able to maintain that plant on an ongoing basis, we've made a lot of improvements there in the ordinary course of business, but we can't get past that reliability issue and without doing major construction.
Okay. Now, again, I have several other questions regarding some of those other cases, but we're going to defer those to another witness. And I appreciate all your answers, and at this stage, I have nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
I had a couple. Good morning, Ms. Norton.
Morning.
I think that we've established that you have some familiarity with 2007-134 case. How comfortable are you with that case, discussing that case generally?
In general, I probably am fairly comfortable.
Okay. Would it be accurate for me to represent that the application to construct KRS-2 and its related facilities was made to address the needs of Central Kentucky as part of the regional water supply and treatment capacity deficits?
Yes.
Okay. One of the concerns of my client is that this treatment plant not be used as what I would call a kind of an expansion base, and that my client gets to pay for that. So what assurances does Lexington have that will not take place? And I'm not even necessarily talking about this particular case that's in front of the commission, but going forward, articulating that concern to you, what assurances does Lexington have that this treatment plant can't be used for that purpose?
But I think the original plan for the treatment plant was that it would have the ability to be used for that purpose. If expansion was needed, that communities that came along would help pay for that expansion. Because of the way that our rates are structured in Kentucky American, we have single tariff pricing. And that means that everyone pays they pay the same rate, so that it helps to spread large capital improvements across all of the rate base. So since 2010, the ratepayers in Owenton have been paying for that plant, just like if we were to build this pipeline, the residents of Lexington or the customers from the Central Division would help to pay for that pipeline. It's a very small portion on a monthly bill, but by single tariff pricing, it helps to spread those costs out. And based on what we know now after running that plant for 2 years, we know that that plant is capable of running at a higher level than 20 million gallons per day, and that's what the plant was built for, but we know that we can actually push more water through that plant, more probably closer to 24 million gallons per day, so that the Central Division would not be impacted at all by taking 1 million or less than 1 million gallons a day from that facility.
So is the answer to my question no? The question I asked you, is the answer to that question no? That there are no assurances that it won't be used for expansion?
There are no assurances that it won't be used for expansion.
Okay. Do you all have any current plans under which you are seeking to further expand Kentucky American's provision of water?
I have no specific plans to do that.
Would you concede that an infrastructure surcharge or tariff can be an economically feasible way to recover the cost of capital investment?
I would concede that under some circumstances that would be feasible.
Okay. And would you concede that the issue of whether or not you should continue to have a single tariff pricing is within the purview of the Public Service Commission to decide?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions.
Richard?
I have a few, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Norton.
Good morning.
Let me ask one question off the bat. This case is not addressing any type of rates that Kentucky American plans to charge at the conclusion of this case, is it?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm going to go back for a minute to the decision that was made to go with the construction of the proposed facilities. As I understand it, you, Mr. Williams, and Mr. Cartier were the ones that made the decision. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there any review of that decision at higher levels, let's say at somewhere in the American Water Works decision, or are you the ultimate authority for projects of this type and amount of money?
I am the ultimate authority. I can make that decision. I did have a conversation with Nick Rowe because Nick is so familiar. Nick was in my role prior to me. He's so familiar with the area and with the system, and had a conversation with him, but ultimately I made the decision.
And Mr. Rowe is the next person up in the chain?
Yes, he is.
And I forget what his position is. What is his position now?
He's I hope I get this right. He's a senior vice president for the Central Division.
Okay. The Central Division of American Water Works, as opposed
you're
to
right. You're correct.
Kentucky American.
Yes.
Okay. In terms of the decision itself, when exactly was the decision made?
Well, I started in January of 2011, and shortly after I started, we began having conversations about what the right decision was regarding getting our customers in Owenston the kind of reliable service that we wanted them to have and that we felt they deserved. And so I would say by March of 2011, we were having those conversations. We were talking through numbers. We were talking about what the pros and cons were of different approaches. And we talked about different paths for the pipeline and started having those conversations. I would say the ultimate decision was probably made either in late 2011 to start working on the certificate case, or early 2012. I'm not sure of the exact date.
Okay, and in terms of the, do you know when the requests for bids for the proposed project were issued by Kentucky American?
I'm sorry, you'll have to ask Lance Williams that.
Okay.
I'll have that specific information.
Well, I noticed in the record that Kentucky American filed its application with Division of Water for approval of the project in, it looks like January of 2012. So I take it the decision had to have been made prior to that period of time.
That would be correct.
Now, the reason I ask those is the information that has been presented to the Commission in terms of the engineering feasibility study report that was a part of the application, and I think that later Mr. Williams adopted as part of his testimony since he was the author of the report. That was not prepared until May this year, is that correct?
sounds correct, yes.
So the report was not relied upon by you in terms of reaching your decision?
That report wasn't finalized until May. We were pulling all the aspects of that report together through the decision-making process.
Okay, and as part of the decision-making process, I assume you were looking at various alternatives, not just the proposed facilities, but I guess the primary alternative that's been identified is certain improvements to the Olenton water treatment plant and distribution system. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. There is in the record a letter that was sent to Mr. Jason Hurt. I believe Mr. Hurt is an employee of Kentucky American?
Yes, he is.
And he's an engineer on the staff at Kentucky American? What was his role in the project?
Jason provided support in creating the feasibility study and pulling a lot of the information and data together for us.
Okay, there was a letter that, and just so that you're aware of it and can refer to it, it's part of the Kentucky American's response to the Public Service Commission staff's first request for information, item 1. It's a letter dated April 4th, 2012, to Mr. Hurt from, I can't read his name, it looks like Christopher Keel, relating to the Olenton, Kentucky water treatment plant improvements.
Mr. Worcester, so the record is clear, does that begin on page 9 of 19 of the attachment to that data response?
What I have is it begins on page 18 of 19.
Okay.
At least that's the heading at the top. I'm looking at the electronic version, so I always have difficulty figuring out which page I am in electronic medium and paper medium.
Yes, I found it.
Okay. My question is, it appears that this letter contained cost information relating to the Olin water treatment plant improvement alternative. Since the decision had already been made to go with the connection, did this letter play any role in the evaluation of the alternatives?
This letter was provided as an update to estimates that we received previously regarding those same types of improvements at that facility. I believe there's a letter dated April 29th of 2008 where we had talked about, and I think that's on page of 19.
Okay, are you referring to the letter of August 29th, 2008?
Yes.
Okay.
So we had some preliminary estimates for some of the improvements at the treatment facility, and we just wanted to make sure that we had some updated numbers. Even though we were moving forward with the decision, we wanted to make sure that we had some more up-to-date numbers to submit. We felt like we had a pretty strong feeling for what the cost was going to be as we made those comparisons, but wanted the most up-to-date that we could get without spending a considerable amount of money to go out for bids.
Do you know what the original estimate or dollar amount was from the earlier estimate that Kentucky American had been given regarding the cost of the necessary improvements to the Olenton water treatment plant?
I do not. That's probably a question that Lance Williams can answer better than I.
So at the time the decision was made, you were operating with at least you were relying upon the earlier estimates that had been provided by Strand related to the cost of those improvements?
Yes, those estimates as well as our experience. And also factored into it was more than just the capital costs that were going to go into these projects. We were also considering the ongoing operation and maintenance costs of maintaining an extra facility with employees and chemical costs. So we included those costs into that decision-making process.
I believe that's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Bernardi, would you like to get this?
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. Yes, I do. It is part of the commission's record, and I ask that it be admitted as OAG Cross 1.
Is that objection?
No objection.
So ordered. Or Exhibit 1, AG.
Do you have, following up on prior questions, do you have a specific dollar amount within your authority that you do not need higher approval?
We have a very strict delegation of authority as far as signing contracts and signing off on purchases throughout our company. But as far as making a decision on whether or not a capital project would be approved or not, I'm not aware of anything, any specific dollar amount that there would be.
Okay. As far as expansion, do you have to receive approval higher up if you expand to other?
Yes, we do. We have a formal process to do that.
In the last 3 months, are you aware of any communication, official communication between you or any other employee with respect to any other expansion in Central Kansas?
We've had some discussions regarding expanding to other systems, potentially purchasing assets in other areas.
Roughly how many systems?
2 specifically.
Okay. And how long have those discussions continued?
Probably, I would say, a year and a half.
Do you have, okay, I'll leave it at that. One other question. There are 2 alternatives that we were presented here. One was the one that you all were presenting to us, and the other was basically the renovation of the existing. Was there any other alternative like that or considered?
The only other alternatives that we looked at were different paths for the pipeline, and this was the path that we thought made the most sense and that was the most economical to, could be in the most right-of-ways and was the most economical to install.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I have one. Ms. Norton, following up on Mr. Rucher's question about the engineering report that was filed with the commission in May, and your application with the Kentucky Division of Water in January, and the Strand Consultants report about improvements in the cost. Can you help me understand a little better how your in-house engineering study and Strand study, your earlier application with the Division of Water, later filing of the engineering report all fit together to make your decision?
Yes. Yes. Part of the decision-making process includes whether or not we're going to be able to get certain permits and what it's going to take to do that. So that all becomes part of our decision-making process at times. And as we were pulling together different aspects that we thought needed to support our case and needed to make sure that we had the right decision going forward, we needed some of those pieces of that puzzle. We have at least 1 or 2 stream crossings that we're going to have to do. There's always the concern of endangered species or anything like that, or threatened species. I think there's some Indiana bats in certain areas. So we wanted to look at all those different aspects and make sure that we saw the whole big picture. Even though we had essentially made a decision thinking that the pipeline was the right way to go. Had we pulled together all this information and found that we couldn't get permits or that we were going to have other issues that we didn't know about as we pulled all the information together, we very well might have changed that decision. We weren't at a go or no-go place at that point. So as late as April, we could have changed that decision and that path. We just needed to make sure that we had all the pieces put together and that we were making a decision that made sense. Does that help?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
No, Your Honor.
I had one follow-up. I'm not sure you're the right person to ask this question of, but do you all have any contracts right now in which you are selling water to another provider?
Yes, we do.
Could you give me some
I can
examples?
give you an example. The city of Midway we sell water to.
Do you know how much water it is?
I do not.
Do you know whether or not you could sell additional water to anybody without building additional facilities to do that?
It would depend on the amount of water that they need. I can't really give you an answer, yes or no, on that. It would depend on a lot of different circumstances.
Is there a general amount of water over which you would have to build additional facilities?
I'm sorry, can you clarify
I
that?
probably phrased that the wrong way. Is there generally speaking an amount of water that's too much you would have to increase your facilities in order to provide that additional water?
I wouldn't say that there's a specific amount of water, but the issue becomes weather-related. There are so many factors that go into. Typically, you're looking at 20% of plant capacity, but that's not peak days. There are so many factors that go into that. I couldn't tell you that without having my team pull together a lot of information.
Well, my concern is actually more with how it would get there, not necessarily how much you could literally pump out of the station. It's just what do you have in place that you could actually, other than Midway, that you could actually sell water to somebody without building additional facilities to do that.
I'm sorry, I don't really understand exactly what kind of answer you're asking for here.
I don't have any other questions.
Sorry.
Nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
Nothing further. Your Honor.
Let me follow up on one of the questions that I asked about expansion to other communities. And I'm asking this in a general sense, are either of the negotiations with respect to those two communities, would they be dependent upon this CPCN being granted to Kentucky American Water?
No, they would not.
And just want to redirect, if I might. Those two communities that you've had discussions with that are the subject of Vice Chairman Gardner's questions, would those be Northern Division customers?
No, they would not.
Would they be supplied water from Kentucky River Station 2? Is there any plan in place for that to happen if those deals were to go through?
One of them already receives water from that treatment plant, and the other one would not receive water from that treatment plant.
That's all. Thank you.
Ms. Norton, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
Our next witness, Your Honor, is Lance Williams.
Ms. Norton? Sponsor of the treatment, medical treatment, substance abuse treatment. Have a seat. You go loud and clear in your name and what you do.
My name is Lance Williams, and I am the Director of Engineering for Kentucky American Water as well as Tennessee American Water.
You with me?
Yes, good morning. Oh, sorry.
Mr. Williams, did you provide sworn written testimony as part of the record in this matter? Did you also, were you also the responsible witness for numerous data responses that have been submitted in this matter in response to questions from various interveners and the commission staff?
Yes, sir.
Are you here today to be cross-examined about your testimony and those data responses?
Yes, sir.
This is available for cross-examination.
Gentlemen,
Yes, I apologize, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
we can take it one question at a time.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Williams, and the usual admonition, just let me know if you need a question repeated or if you don't understand the question. And you did pre-file direct testimony containing a date of July 2nd, 2012. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, as a preliminary matter, as part of the application, Kentucky American Water Company filed 3 separate 11 by 17 booklets prepared by Strand Associates depicting phases 1, 2, and 3 of the application. Are you familiar with these booklets?
I am, sir.
Okay. Now, in terms of matching up the application with the booklets, with regard to the Phase 1 booklet, it includes a discussion of a water main extension, and it's by name the KY 607 water main extension. Are you familiar with that material?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is the Kentucky 607 water main extension part of this proceeding?
It is.
Okay. Would that extension, do you anticipate that that extension will require a certificate proceeding?
No, sir.
Okay. And one question with regard to that, would that project add new customers?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Now, beginning at page 3 of your testimony, specifically at line 15, you identify the lack of redundancy at the Owington Water Treatment Plant as an issue. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let's go back one page in your pre-filed direct testimony to page 2 and also line 15. And just tell me when you get there.
Yes, sir. I'm there.
Okay, now, according to your written testimony, Kentucky American Water purchases water from 3 vendors, Georgetown Municipal Water and Sewer Services, and let's just call them Georgetown, Gallatin County Water District, and the Carroll County Water District. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now with regard to the Gallatin County Water District water purchases, and this is, the purchase agreement itself was supplied by Kentucky American in response to the Attorney General's first data request. It's item 11. And for the records and the other people, we're talking about at item 11, the attachment beginning at page 14 of 38. And do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, this agreement was entered into on October 2000, and by my reading of it, it was for the purpose of allowing the former Tri-Village Water District to supply water in the city of Glencoe. Is that your understanding of this document? This would be under the witness, the second whereas.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, with regard to that and this application, at present, can Kentucky American Water Company, through its Owington Water Treatment Plant, supply water in the city of Glencoe?
No, sir.
Okay, now, if this certificate is granted and the interconnection and the related facilities are put into service, will Kentucky American Water Company be able to supply water in the city of Glencoe?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, with regard to the Carroll County Water District water purchase agreement, and this is in the same response, and it begins at page 18 of 38. This water purchase agreement is dated September 14, 2000. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and again, in the second whereas clause, it is for the purpose of supplying the Wheatley area. Is that your understanding of this water purchase agreement, that that's what it does?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, again, the same question is, at present, can Kentucky American, through its Owenston Water Treatment Plant, supply the Wheatley area?
No, sir.
Okay. And again, if the commission were to grant this certificate and Kentucky American build these facilities, would Kentucky American be able to supply the Wheatley area through the KRS-2 station?
No, I believe so, but I'd like to double check that.
Okay. If you would double check that and get back to us, that's fine with us. We'll just make it just as a commission hearing data request. Now, with regard to the Georgetown agreement, currently, can Kentucky American supply that area that the Georgetown Municipal Water Sewer Service has a water contract to supply? Can they supply that through the Owenston current facilities? And I apologize, let me back up and lay a better foundation for that question. With regard to the Georgetown contract, is the Georgetown contract something that is everyday water, or is it a standby agreement?
It is a standby agreement.
Okay. And if Kentucky American were to get this certificate and put its facilities into place, would that eliminate the need to rely upon that Georgetown water purchase agreement for supplying that area?
If I can rephrase just a little bit.
Yes, sir, please.
We would not do away with the interconnect between the two, because anytime you have the opportunity to have multiple feeds into a system, that's a good thing. Because you never know when something could happen that we would have to purchase water from Georgetown at another date. But with the new interconnection between KRS-2 and Owenston and the 607, it would give us the ability to supply water in this area.
Okay, and I'm going to build on that and rephrase your answer, is that what you're saying is that once you have the physical infrastructure in place, you wouldn't go out and dig up the pipes and eliminate the valves.
That is correct.
But you would, one of the things you can do is you can close a valve.
Yes, we can.
Okay, and if you get this certificate and you build those facilities, do you anticipate closing, and I believe there are two valves, the one at Rockdale and then is it the Learning Oak master meter? Do you anticipate that those will be closed?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay. Now, with regard to feasibility and other options, and I'm looking at a response that you co-sponsored with Mr. Cartier, and it is the response to the Attorney General's first request for information, item 11. Is it fair to say that Kentucky American Water Company did some research into the issue and then arrived at its conclusion regarding the ability of other suppliers to provide a viable option?
Can you rephrase that just a little bit, sir?
Yes, sir. If you have the response in front of you, it's OAG 1-11, and it has
A through F?
yes, sir.
Okay.
And I'm looking at item B, the response, and is it the case that let me back up and maybe some additional foundation. With regard to that Owenston wastewater, the Owenston water, drinking water facility, you had a problem that you needed to solve.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so in solving the problem, one of the things that you want to do is identify the alternatives. Okay. And then one of the things that in identifying those alternatives, did you ever sit down and say, let's look at who else is around and see if anybody else has some excess water through an interconnection?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And in looking at the discussion, because we had asked about this, did you ever make a formal contact with, say, Bullock Penn and write them a letter and said, we're looking at trying to solve a problem. Could you help us out? What facilities do you have? Because it looks as though what you did is you just pulled some information on the KRIS system data report and did all this in-house.
Yes, you're correct, sir. We did do it in-house. We went through a due diligence in-house, and we came up with an expert opinion that, and looking at cost and other things, it was not prudent to do so.
Okay.
There comes a point in time when you go down a road so far and you realize you got to stop.
Well, that's true, and you've been with Kentucky American since, what, roughly 2008?
Yes.
Okay, so you have some measure of knowledge associated with that certificate case from 2007.
Yeah, I think it was actually resolved before I came on board.
All right. Now, with regard to the capital cost of the Northern Division and the KRS-2 interconnection, do the capital costs associated with that option exceed the capital costs associated with the alternative?
If you're looking strictly at capital cost,
Yes, sir.
I would say no.
Okay. What is, if you can identify for us, what is the approximate capital cost of the Northern Division and KRS-2 interconnection option?
It's about $14.1 million.
And by contrast, what is the approximate capital cost associated with the Kentucky American Water Company alternative that's been identified of rehabilitation of the Owenton facility?
It's $11.4 million.
Okay. Now, we want to put things into context, and we just have talked about capital costs, but before we leave capital costs, it looks as though $14.1 million is greater than $11.4 million.
Yes, sir, I may have misspoke that.
Okay. Now, the capital cost, you have to run it, so you have O&M.
Right.
Ongoing cost. Did you do a net present value to try to make a determination over a particular time frame, how these things stack up when you add O&M?
Yes.
Okay, and can you give us the numbers, even if it's approximate?
The approximate number is it's about, for O&M cost, it's about $750,000 per year on top of it. So in about 4 to 5 years, it becomes more cost effective.
Okay, so, and I apologize for this because I need to go over it one more time.
There's a data request on that. I can't remember what number it was.
And if you want to take some time to find it, that's fine. And because the key at this stage is that if I understood your testimony, you're saying that although the capital costs for the one are in excess, that you would expect in, say, year 4 or 5, that those costs turn around when you add in the O&M.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and if you want to find the data response and look at it and point to us, that's fine with me. But I'm satisfied with your answer. All right, now, with regard to the Northern Division and the KRS-2 interconnection, if this certificate is granted, have all the costs been determined and quantified? And I'll give you an example. Is Kentucky American Water Company certain as to what it will do with the property that's currently used in the Northern Division for water production?
No, we are not 100% sure what we're going to do with it at this time.
Okay, so with regard to looking at the options and weighing them, are there some costs that have not been determined and quantified?
The demolition or the reuse of the property is what
Those are very good examples.
we don't know at this point in time.
Okay. Now, with regard to Kentucky American Water Company through its Northern Division, Does it currently provide an emergency source of water to the Peaks Mill Water District?
Yes.
All right. In a time of an emergency, the amount of water that would be made available to Peaks Mill Water District, has that been factored into your analysis regarding the demand on the KRS-2 facility?
Yes.
Okay. I'm at your pre-filed direct testimony, and I'm on page 6. And just tell me when you get there.
Say direct testimony?
Yes, sir. This is the testimony dated July 2nd, 2012.
Yes, sir, I'm there.
All right.
Go on.
And on page 6, there is, beginning on line 5, some discussion of a raw water intake. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you've been at Kentucky American Water Company as the Director of Engineering since June 2008, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And is that the date that also serves as the start date for your service with Kentucky American Water, or were you an employee of KWC before that?
No, it was not. That was my start date for both.
And it was also your start date in terms of being an employee, a member of the American Water Company family?
Yes.
Okay. By your testimony, do you have concerns about the raw water intake on Severn Creek?
I have concerns in the fact that it's of future regulations that are coming into place. Yes.
All right. Now, does Kentucky American Water Company own the raw water intake on Severn Creek?
We do not.
Okay. And to your understanding, because you're the one who's offered the testimony with regard to the intake, what have been the efforts of Kentucky American Water Company, either acting alone or with others, to obtain a new raw water intake for the Owenton Water Treatment Plant, and that would be whether it's Severn Creek or on the Kentucky River?
Well, those decisions were made before I was on hand, so I'd like to defer that to Chairman Bridwell.
Okay, that's perfectly fine with me. Okay. Mr. Williams, I appreciate all of your answers, and at this stage, I have nothing further. I do want, that's it. Thank you.
I had a couple. Good morning, Mr. Williams. I think you might have answered this as part of the Attorney General supplemental request for information number 46. The proposed capacity of the pipe that would be constructed, my understanding from reading response is that I guess the actual proposal, it would only be able to do 2 million gallons a day?
Number 46,
Yes, sir.
as it is currently designed, yes, sir, it has a capacity of 2 million gallons per day.
But with a redesign for, I guess, an enhanced booster pump, I guess the physics or engineering, you could go as high as 6.3, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I had a couple questions about drought scenarios that you answered, but I'm not, it may be that Linda knows more about this than you do, but you answered a question about, for us in our data responses, regarding what would happen, what would the impact be in the event of a drought or water shortage. So I'll start with you and see if you can answer this for me. Part of our question is just as a practical matter. My recollection is at some point during a drought, if the circumstances get bad enough, you might not be able to fully pull on your division water permit. So you may not be in a position necessarily to pull all of the water that you normally would out of that pool because the division water has restricted you from doing so.
There is always that possibility.
I'm curious, under that scenario, has Kentucky American planned out how the water would be allocated in that situation? I understand your your filings about, well, it can pull out even more than what it's, the 20 million gallons a day, so normally it wouldn't be an impact, but in a worst-case scenario, you may not be able to even pull the 20 out of that pool. How is Kentucky American planning to address that, the allocation of the water between the Northern Division and Lexington in that scenario? Do you all have a plan for that?
I would have to defer that
To Linda?
either to Linda or to Cheryl.
Okay.
So Cheryl's the president, as we determined. She's the boss, and she gets to make that decision.
I don't have any other questions.
Just a few, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Williams. Let me start back just on some timing issues. Can you tell us when Kentucky American issued a request for bids for the proposed facilities?
You know, the information I have with me today does not say exactly what day it was. You wanted to know the date it was published out on the street? Or
Yes, sir.
I do not have that information.
Okay. Well, as I understand it, the bids had to be received by February 28th of this year. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Normally, can you give me a ballpark date when the notice would have been issued? Would you have given your potential bidders 60 days' notice?
Roughly, I think it was between 45 and 60 days.
Okay, so we're looking at sometime around the beginning of 2012 that the request for bids went out. When were the plans and specs completed?
Can I see a set of drawings? Don't
Sure.
have a set on there.
We've got a, if I can represent to you, it looks, did you apply your seal?
Yes.
You didn't?
I did not.
Okay. Would the date signed by the engineer, if it did sign it, be the date?
That would be the date that it would be.
So, and we take for my representation that he's dated it February 7th, 2012?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, in terms of the reviewing of the options, I take it most of the, or a lot of the input for reviewing the Owen water treatment plant improvement option, a lot of the input came from Strand, is that correct?
Yes.
And the one item that is contained in the response to the Commission staff's first information request, item 1, is a letter dated April 4, 2012. And I'm trying to pull that up now. At page 18 of 19 of that information request to Jason Hurt. Was that the primary cost information or capital cost information that Kentucky American received regarding the cost of the improvements to the Owen water treatment plant?
Which agent question again, sir?
Okay, no, it's PSC data request 1, item 1, page 18 of 19.
Truth, I didn't find it. Yes, sir. What was your question again?
Okay, was that the primary information that Kentucky American received from Strand regarding the capital cost for the proposed improvements to the Owenston water treatment plant?
I would probably depict it more as this was additional information that we needed. We wanted an outside third party to take a look at cost and to say, what is the ballpark? What are you seeing currently bid out on the street? And so this is a supporting document that helps us get to the understanding that we have made the right decision.
Okay, this is it's a review of your initial decision then. By yours, I mean Kentucky American's initial decision. When was the request made to Strand to do this review?
Well, there was an earlier letter where we started looking at it back in 2008. In August of 2008, we started looking at some of these concepts. And as we started going down the design process, we realized it was going to be more expensive. And then we started pulling in other things that we started looking at. As you look at the plant, we've owned it for 7 years now. We continue to operate it. And as we continue to operate the plant, you notice that things are changing. And then you also realize regulations are changing. Things that are currently being met today are not going to be met in the future. So we're trying to meet the needs of the future. And so that's the reason we had Strand to go through to help us take a look at everything to make sure we weren't missing anything, and that's how we came up with the list.
Okay, but my actual question is, the company had made its decision, or at least a preliminary decision, to go with the construction of the proposed facilities.
Yes, sir.
You testified the company wanted a second look by an outsider, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
And that was provided in April. When did the company make the request to Strand to say, give us a second look, give us your evaluation?
I don't know if I have that with me on hand, but I can go back and look through records and see if I can provide
Okay, if you could provide that, or if there, do you know, was it in writing or just communicated by phone or electronically?
It's as much as anything, it could have been picking up the phone and talking through it.
Okay, if you could provide us with that date. The other input, you referred to an earlier letter, Strand, dated August 29, 2008, which is also part of Kentucky American's response to that information request.
Yes, sir.
Now, does this letter doesn't include all the improvements that Kentucky American has placed in the alternative to the proposed facilities, is that correct?
That is correct.
So the dollar figure that's provided in this estimate, which I think is about $3.2 million, would not be a good point of comparison in your opinion?
No, sir.
Okay. Was there any comparison done just to see, in terms of the facilities that were discussed, the extent that those costs had been affected by inflation or other factors since the original estimate had been given in August of 2008?
Ask that question again.
Well, let me put it this way. Did you go back and say, okay, we've added new things to our original concept,
Right.
but in terms of the items that have remained the same, how much have they increased or decreased in cost as a result of the passage of 4 years?
No, did not.
Okay. So if I asked you that question today, you would say you don't know.
You're exactly
Okay, good enough. Let me take you back to the earlier letter, which is dated from 2006. Actually, it's the report for Kentucky American, the preliminary design report that starts at page 2 of 19 of that information request. Do you
Yes,
have
sir.
that?
I do.
Okay, there were 3 items that were mentioned in that report. And just in terms of those items, can you tell us, one item was install a high-service Venturi flow meter. Do you know if that action was taken?
That was before my time. I would have to double check to see if it was installed or not.
Okay. Could you tell us if it was installed, and if it was not, the company's reasoning for not installing, to the extent you can, given the fact you weren't there at the time?
Keith Cardia may be able to answer that. I'm not sure.
Okay, well, why don't we just defer those, I'll defer my request until after we've spoken with Mr. Carty. In terms of the second item, provide for improvements to disinfection facilities. What, if any, action do you know was taken regarding that recommendation?
Again, I'll defer that to Keith.
Okay. Well, we've got one more here. Should that also be deferred to Mr.
It's
Carty?
more on operations side. So
Okay,
yes, sir.
good enough. You mentioned at page, I'm going to refer very briefly to your testimony at page 6. You make a reference to the advent of more stringent water quality standards. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, is it correct that at this point, the Owen water treatment plant meets all existing water treatment plant, or water quality standards?
Yes, sir, up until October of 2013.
Okay, then in October of 2013, what happens on October?
There's additional testing that has to go into place for disinfection byproducts. And disinfection byproducts are the result of total organic carbons that are left in the water and how they react with chlorine, which is a disinfectant. That's the name disinfectant byproduct.
Okay, and at this point in time, it's Kentucky American's position that the water treatment plant would not be capable of meeting those standards?
It will be questionable.
Okay, when you say questionable, that's a little vague
I
term.
would
Can you
defer
give me a
to
percentage at least?
operations.
I'm sorry?
I would defer the rest of
Okay.
that to Keith Cardio with his operations.
The proposed facilities involve the construction of 2 water storage tanks, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and one of those is a 300,000-gallon water storage, the other 600,000?
And the other one's 6, one's 3, one's 6, yes.
Okay, could you explain to us how the sizing for those tanks were developed, how you came up with those sizes?
Yes, sir. The first one is a 300,000-gallon tank, which will be located at the highest elevation that we possibly can locate it, so that we can pump from KRS-2 with existing energy without having to increase it. If we put it at a lower elevation, then we would be disposing of energy and then have to increase additional pumping to get it further. So we were looking at the capability of putting about 300,000 gallons there. It would also help serve Monterey. And then also the consideration was how many hours could we pump from that to get on. So we said 3 hours is a reasonable amount of time to pump from that tank in the instance that we had a main break or something we had to repair. And the
You'll have to bear with me.
that's okay. That's
My
where the
knowledge
stuff
is
for a second.
limited. The 3 hours, how did you determine 3 hours was a reasonable basis for in coming up to your sizing requirements?
I'd have to get back to you on that one, but it's like a standard that we would use.
Okay.
If you want more than that.
And what about the other storage tank?
The other one is the 600,000, and we put it in such an elevation that we would be able to better serve our customers in the northern division with pressure and other things that would help us eliminate some of the areas where we're not currently being able to serve, like down the Georgetown area where we're currently purchasing water. And then again, with the combination of that particular tank and the Fairgrounds tank would give us over 1 million gallons of elevated storage, which is about a day storage for the community of Owenston and the Northern Division, which is what is required by the Division of Water, which they require 1 day, and the Public Service Commission as well requires a 1-day storage of water.
Going to the amount of storage that will exist after the proposed facilities are constructed, are you including in your calculation some of the other tanks that are there, for example, the standpipes?
Yes, those would be included as well.
Okay, so you're going to have, will you be having more than one day storage, or how much in comparison to the average daily amount that the Northern Division would use?
Currently, the average daily is about 800,000 gallons per day. So 1 million gallons would definitely be enough to give us the current average demand as well as the future for a while.
With the new drinking water regulations coming into effect, I've heard that there has been some concern from the Division of Water regarding water storage and facilities having too much storage, even some concern expressed about the Commission's one-day storage rule. Now, as a result of these tanks, you're going to have more than one-day storage for this area. Is there any concern regarding ensuring that the water will be, there won't be any disinfection byproduct issues as a result of having that much storage?
Well, we can operate the tanks in such a way that we can cause them to turn over to keep that from happening.
What was your answer?
We can operate the tanks in such a way with elevations that we can cause them to turn over on a regular basis.
In the water?
The water inside, yes. And also we could, like with the new tank, we'll be able to design it such that the inlet pipe will be up higher than the outlet pipe, which will be lower. So we'll always be using the older water, and that will help make the water turn over.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just a couple more questions. One regards the, you were asked several questions, or I guess you answered several questions related to the question of redundancy and how the pipeline itself fits into redundancy, since you're only going to have one pipeline. And I think the response was that it's easier to fix a line break than it is to fix a treatment plant. Would that be roughly correct?
In loose terms, I would agree with what you're saying, yes.
Is the assumption with those responses that if there's any line break, the line break will be repaired within 24 to 48 hours?
Typically, yes.
Okay, and that is based on Kentucky American's past history of dealing with large transmission main line breaks?
Yes.
Okay, let's assume the worst-case scenario for a moment. In your experience, what's the longest time where it's taken to go ahead and repair one of these breaks where you've had a line of this size?
Over my years with experience, I agree in that 24, 36 time frame.
Okay.
But sometimes you can continue to pump water through it even though it has a hole in it or something until you get all the parts in place and ready to do the repair.
You gave some estimates in your feasibility study regarding the cost savings. And I'm going to refer you, why don't I just refer you to Appendix D of the feasibility study. And I'm primarily referring to the chemical component of the O&M expenses. This estimate that you've provided, is that based on how the water treatment plant operates now without the improvements? Or is it based on the water treatment plant's operation if the improvements were made?
You're on Appendix D as in dog?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Maybe I can rephrase the question a little bit to make it easier. I'm trying to, when you made your estimate, well, let me phrase it this way. The improvements that are considered as part of the alternative, will those result in some savings of any of these expense items?
It would be some saving in chemicals because we can buy them cheaper and in bulk. Yes.
Okay, and are those reflected in Appendix D, those savings? Okay, and okay, but they are, okay. And one final question, and that again regarding is the chemical expenses. The Kentucky American assumed an average increase of 7% for the chemical expenses. Is that correct? And I'm going to refer you to, looks like your Kentucky American's response to the first commission staff request for information, item 46. I'm just trying to make sure that I understand how you came up with the 7%.
That is the Public Service Commission's.
Yes, sir. The first response to the first information request, item number 46, page 2 of 2.
I don't have that one in front of me. So that's it.
Do you have that in front of you now, sir?
I want to make sure we get on the right one. That is PSC data request number 1, number
46.
36. That is.
Okay, and I'm just trying to make sure I understand. To get the average increase of 7%, did you simply average out the percentage increase that's in the far right column?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and in terms of the chemicals themselves, is the same quantity of chemical used in the process, or are different quantities used?
Different quantities are used, sir.
So to the extent that one chemical might be used more and have no increase, your calculations,
There could be a slight variation from 7%, sir. Yes.
okay. I believe that's all I have, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just follow up on that same question. First of all, we used to do that for fuel and power. And it lists there a total of $141,320. So tell me, what is that? What power does that represent? What fuel and power does that represent for the American? Is that the total bill, or is that for the KRS-2, or?
Actually, it's doing away with the old plant. You do away with the Ellington plant, there's fuel and power savings there because you're not operating that plant.
Okay, so that has nothing to do with what Kentucky American's power is other than the Ellington facility. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So do you happen to know what Kentucky American's electricity cost is?
I think Keith Cartier with operations can answer that question.
Now, it's my understanding there was a mention of fairgrounds earlier. Now, fairground, if these are built, then you will take fairgrounds out of use to repair it, but it's repairable, and then you'll be able to continue to use it. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And what's the capacity of fairgrounds?
So ask that, it's like 500,000 gallons, approximately.
So that would be 500,000 plus 600?
It's 400, it's 400.
Okay, so
400, so it's 400 plus 6 would give you 1 million.
And then one doesn't count the Monterey 300,000 because it's in a different area.
Well, and also it's a booster pump station, so we will not be counting it.
Okay. I I didn't understand the issue about the extension with respect to 607. Can you explain that to me, please?
607 is another portion of the service area that we currently serve. That improvement will be a loop, and that it will be an improvement to the system, and will also pick up some additional customers.
Okay, and that is not part of this case?
It is not part of this case. We didn't think it would be because of the dollar amounts being spent,
Okay.
and it's the typical course of business for us to continue to do improvements to our system, loops, and things of that nature.
Okay. You are attached to, I think this is right, PSC data request number 1 is this budget of the capital projects. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Is that 607 project listed in the investment? And first of all, are you on the capital
Yes, sir. I am
budget
responsible for that.
committee? You're actually responsible for
Yes,
this?
sir.
Okay. So can you show me where the investment projects?
What?
Well, I think it's PSC data request number 1, attachment. I'm not sure. Looks like attachment number 1. Is that possible? I don't know how to read this.
CSC 1.
You got a hard copy. I know it looks like that.
Mr. Gardner, there's a header on top of there. That's an identifying nomenclature that tells us exactly what that is.
KAW_R_PSC DR1 number 001 attachment.
Okay.
And then it says page 1.
I'm looking.
You see that?
Yes,
Primary approach.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, is that in a different case? I don't know if that's in the record in this case.
I thought that was this case. I could be wrong.
I believe, are you referring to the,
I'm sorry.
are you referring to the capital expenditure plan?
Yep.
Okay, that is actually a response Kentucky American filed in case number 2012-393.
Yes, that was filed this past Friday, I think, Your Honor.
Could I ask some questions off it? I didn't make copies of it. Maybe, actually, let me make copies of it and
We're,
come back.
we're going to print it out in just a minute, Your Honor, so we'll bring you copies in just a moment.
So, that'd be great. So let me go to redundancy and ask about redundancy for a couple minutes. All right, so my layperson's understanding of redundancy is just that it's so that if one thing goes wrong, water can still be supplied. There's like a backup, basically.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, tell me in a little bit of detail, because I understand from your testimony and testimony of other folks that KRS-2 has built-in redundancy.
Yes, sir.
Tell me what gives it built-in redundancy?
Okay. It has 5 different trains. Okay, and a train is the process in which water will go through in order to goes from non-potable drinking water or raw water from the river to potable drinking water. So one of the first steps is you got to add coagulation to it. You go through the sedimentation, the filtration, and all those different steps that make potable drinking water or non-potable drinking water potable drinking water. So we have 5 different trains that goes
So
through.
if one breaks down, you've got 4 others.
Exactly. So 4 others can always serve in process.
Okay, and do each of those trains have a separate pump?
Yes. Well, maybe double question. You say pump, like from the river, or because we have the intake pumps at the river, and there's multiple intake pumps at the river, so we have redundancy there. So one of those can be out and still can produce or pump 24 million gallons of water to the top of the bluff. I think you'll both, all 3 of you been up there to see it. So we can pump from the intake.
Facility is.
Yes.
And then at the treatment facility, there's 5 different.
Then there's 5 different trains. Yes, sir.
Right, and so that's what gives the facility redundancy.
That's what gives us the redundancy. So we could take any one of those 5 out. We're still able to produce water.
Okay, and then to get the water from the treatment facility for example, to Lexington, if you will, which was the prior case before you got here and before I got here, actually.
Right.
So, are there multiple pumps there?
Yes, there's multiple pumps there as well.
And so this proposed zip, proposed pipe and pumping station next to it, and what gives it you're relying on the redundancy of KRS-2 for the redundancy of this project.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now back to what Council Lucher asked you about the pipe itself. And let me ask this. I know in some of the testimony you all talk about the standards that determine what needs to have redundancy. Our regulations incorporate others, which are some Great Lakes or
Right.
and
10 state standards, yes.
10 state standards, and the having one pipeline to Owen County, which could have a leak or broken or whatever, that doesn't violate those standards?
No, it does not. There's countless water treatment facilities across the United States that have a single line that goes from the water treatment facility into the distribution system. Because a lot of times they're not super close to your community or city. So that's the standard that you see across the U.S.
From a layperson, that's sort of interesting. You know, you've got 5 pumps here and this, and then you've got just one pipeline.
Yes, there's no place, nobody ever puts in 2 of them.
Okay. Dealing with redundancy again, it struck me as odd that, okay, when you purchased the plant, and I know you weren't there in 2005, the plant was only 10 years old.
Yes, sir.
And yet it didn't have any redundancy. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So are there regulations now that would prohibit the construction of that without redundancy?
I think it's a great question, and I don't know if I'm really allowed to answer this up front, but
I don't know if you're allowed.
yeah, because I'm not sure how it was approved to be constructed, to be honest with you. Division of Water should have had redundancy from the get-go.
I assume that Kentucky American knew it did not have redundancy.
Yes, we did.
Okay, let me go back to the Mr. Ingram, will you give him copies of this?
Yes.
Did you have this before? I was not getting a copy.
Here, I got an extra one.
Okay.
So, apparently, this was filed on, and now I remember, in a different case on Friday here at the PSC, and this is a strategic capital expenditure plan. And are you familiar with this?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. And and I remember when in the probably the last rate case, I was asking questions of Ms. Bridwell of the different types of projects and trying to understand those. So would the 607 project be considered an investment project, or would it be a recurring project?
We would consider that a recurring project.
So it would appear, for lack of a better word, above the line.
Yes.
Okay.
If you look on the left-hand side, the second column in where it says business unit number,
Right?
underneath there it starts with the DB, the very next one says A.
Yes.
Reading on across, it says mains new.
Yes.
That's where 607 is going to be located.
Okay. And is there anything other than the mains that appear in this particular budget?
Yes. I'm going to make sure I understand your question.
Well, is there a pump or something else in there?
No, for mains new where it says A, that's just strictly main, brand new mains and stuff that are going into place. So for 607, there's no additional pumps or anything like that. The only thing that's going to be needed for 607 in the normal course of business is to install the 8-inch main, do the taps, tie people in, and
All right. Looking at in investment projects, IP 1232-5, which is the very last one, Northern Division connection. I assume if I added those numbers up, I'd get about 14 million.
yes.
And if you would just keep that for a minute, because I'm probably going to come back to that. But first, I want to go back to testimony you gave in 2010-36, which I believe was the rate case.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let me read you what you said, and this time I actually made copies. So, this, and if I could, somebody help me pass this out. You can do that to him. Should I be calling these something? Should I call it, say, PSC 1, PSC 2?
Your Honor, for purposes of ensuring that the record is correct, may I suggest that the document that you've just been questioning the witness on, that we call that Gardner Exhibit Number 1, and the document you are about to refer to is Gardner Exhibit Number 2.
That makes me responsible for it. Yes.
Yes, sir. And we're going to provide a copy to the court reporter now.
Okay. So let me read part of your testimony to you, and it is about this particular project, IP 1232-3. And you say, let me read this to you. Unfortunately, I didn't make copies of this, but it says this project is the installation of 14 miles. Let me stop there for a second. How fast does the water travel through this pipe, or will it travel? How long will it take, or how long will it take to get all the way to Owington?
So it's going to be traveling about 2.5 feet per second, and I'd have to get a calculator and calculate that for you to be on that. So, I mean, the speed is about 2.5 feet per second. So however many feet, and I know we have that written in one of the DRs that tells, give me 1 second. It's about 16 miles. Am I allowed to ask my attorney what page that's on? Do you remember?
I don't. No, I don't have the encyclopedic memory that
Okay.
you very well have.
Feet per second?
Yeah.
That's too bad. All right, we'll leave it at that for now.
I can calculate that and get that back to you. So.
That'd be great.
Okay.
So, okay, this project is the installation of 14 miles of 12-inch main along US 127 from Pool 3, WTP to the intersection of Kentucky 22, US 127 and Owington. This project would require a booster station and a storage tank. Are you familiar with this description back then? Okay. My first question is, why did this go from 12-inch main to a 16-inch main?
Efficiencies. Efficiency, basically, the pumps, there's less co-friction and friction. When water is moving through a smaller pipe, it takes more energy for it to be pushed through. So you put a little bit larger pipe. As we got into the design, it made more sense to put a 16-inch in, so we have a better efficiencies with our pumps, and that's the primary driver.
Okay, and when was that changed, if you will?
Working with Strand, that was probably changed in 2011. 2010, as we was finishing up the design, or 2011, 2012, as we was finishing up the design.
Okay, and this, do you know what the price difference would be?
I would say it's insignificant, but per foot, but I don't know offhand. I could.
And then it says, it doesn't mention, what it mentions is this project would connect to the existing 8-inch supply mains in the city of Owenston, which would then branch out.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mention a second storage tank in Monterey. This description, was that added later or
Well, I think it does. I think it actually mentions it. It says a booster pump station
in a storage tank?
and a storage tank.
So it doesn't mention the additional new storage tank in Owenston?
Yes, that would be the one.
Okay, and is the storage tank in Owenston, is that phase 3 or?
That's phase 3.
So the additional cost of that is what, $1.5 million, something like
2 point something.
that? Okay, so, and then, so what this says and what the Gardner number 2 has is a budget of $7 million.
That is correct.
And so what has caused it to double since then, 2 years?
Well, as you mentioned, the one tank wasn't in there, so we did do that. Upsizing it from a 12 to a 16 will increase some, but then just putting it out on the street for an actual bid.
So at the time that this budgeting was done,
We had not, no, we had not. It was just real quick, it went from 14 miles to 16 miles, so it's 2 miles longer. Just little things like that, all that just add compounds together to increase the price.
okay. On this, on the Gardner 2, if you could look at, again, this is real small, it says, there's a IP 1202-24 Pool 3 grid connection.
Yes, sir.
$7,900,000. What is that?
That's a great question. There's some areas in Lexington that we need to continue to strengthen our grid to make sure that we're getting the water from the 42-inch main around Lexington and into the areas that need to be served.
So that has not happened.
No, that has not happened yet.
Okay.
I mean, there's little pieces of it that are starting to take place. As we're doing improvements along Georgetown Road, we're tying into the 42. So some of them are starting to, but not all of them.
Okay, and so have you all, back on Gardner 1, this is through year 2014. In my recollection, checking it, was that these capital budgets are done for periods of 5 years, there's 5 years out, is that correct?
The more detailed ones are done for every 3 years, and I think we've kind of changed that. We had been doing them for 5, and we've kind of cut back on that just a little bit and been doing them for 3.
So the one in Gardner 1 from the finance case, there is not a budgeting in this same process that would show 2015 and 2016
No, sir.
for capital projects? No.
I mean, we can get it if you
No,
want it.
but right now, it's not part of your ordinary process the way 2 years ago.
No, we've kind of scaled back a little bit because we kind of realized some of the 14, anything out further 4 and 5 years out became more of a placeholder.
Okay.
And so we kind of backed off on it just a little bit, moving on 3 years.
Okay, on Gardner 2, the IP 120218 US 25 relocation, was that ever done? $3,200,000?
We're in the process of doing it right now, sir.
Not gonna ask all these, I'm just gonna kind of pick out some of the bigger ones.
Understand?
The KRS high surface pumping, $5 million for 2012. Is that in the Gardner 2, or is that?
Which one was that again, sir? IP
It is IP 21.
121. Okay. Kentucky River Station high service pumps, $5 million. That one's been pushed out a little further.
Does that appear in 2012, 2013, or 2014 or on the, no, it's not there.
On one. Let's double check. I think the answer is no. No, sir, it does not appear there.
Okay. And what about, 1202-15 UV installation, $6 million?
We have not done that one. It's been pushed out and is not on your other one, your first document. And again, that's where the regulations have not changed to require us to do that yet. So we have not constructed that.
And what about 26 hydro treater rehabilitation, $3 million?
Well, technically, back in 2010, when we put this on here, the hydro treater, rehabilitation of those are actually deferred maintenance, and they should not have appeared in this document at that time.
I'm going to ask some questions of Mr. Cartier about water loss, because there's some testimony about that, particularly in the Northern Division. Do you see, and do you want me to ask him off these budgets which ones relate primarily to water loss issues, or do you know those?
Well, the ones that are primarily linked to that would be, if you go back to your Exhibit 1, and if you go to the second column where it says business unit number, and it says mains replaced and restored, which would be B.
Yes.
Okay, that's one place that would take care of it. And if it's due to a main break, some of those are capitalized and some of them are not, so it just depends. So a lot of those would fall underneath the mains replaced and restored.
One of the questions that you were asked, that there were, as I understand it, some O&M costs that were not included, in the budget, such as the demolition of the, what O&M costs might be related to the existing Arlington treatment facility. Is that right? Were there any other O&M costs that you're aware of that were not included, other than those related to the Arlington treatment facility?
Not that I know of, but can I go back just a little bit on the demolition of the existing plant?
Yeah, I'll come to that.
Okay.
But just not related to those two, were there any O&M costs not included?
No, not that I can think of, sorry.
And okay. Tell me about the demolition and the maintenance costs with respect to the Arlington system.
Okay, well, the demolition, the reason that was not included is because that has not been determined that's the appropriate course of action for that particular structure. In our testimony, we talked about several different things that facility could be used for. So until we get to that point and we can exhaust all of those, I can't say demolition would be the correct thing to do. We do state in there that demolition of it we believe would be insignificant because there's a lot of pipe and stuff in there that can be used other places or just taken out as scrap metal, and scrap metal prices have been on the rise, so that could help offset some of that cost as well. In Kentucky, they do allow a 1 acre permit by rule, construction demolition debris. So at the very, very worst case, if we do demolition on that particular building, it potentially could be imploded upon itself and then just buried on site because of the construction demolition debris 1 acre permit by rule. So it gets the opportunity. We wouldn't have like a whole bunch of cost of hauling it off and different things of that nature. So that's the reason we did not include it, because we have not exhausted all.
Okay. you the person to talk to about the actual comparison of the two budgets, the spreadsheet that was attached where we see the 14 million, the capitalization, or how much the depreciation is for that, and then the O&M costs, so you get those comparisons.
That's more of a Linda. She's in right saying so.
All right. Well, let me ask you, help me understand, okay, KRS, you say in testimony in different places, and again, as I go down this path, I need to talk to somebody else, you indicate that the existing raw water pumps are rated 30 MGD. Tell me, is that just the pumps themselves are physically capable of doing that?
Yes, the pumps are physically capable of pumping 30 MGD from the river up the hillside to the water treatment facility on top of the bluff.
And the KRS-2 has a rated capacity of 20 MGD. And who does that rating?
When it was designed, before it's ever operated, it's just the way the thing has been designed and laid out, and looking at regulations and stipulations that are set forth by industry standard, we know that plant was capable of producing 20 MGD.
And then it says, and is capable of being safely operated at flows up to 24.
Right. Once it's constructed and we've been able to operate it for a while, we can determine that we would be able to safely operate it up to 24.
Do you have to get additional permitting in order to do that?
We do not.
Okay. So right now, although it's called 20, it really is 24.
Yes, sir. It really is a 24 MG plant.
Okay.
But that's what, let me rephrase it. That's what it can produce.
Okay. In testimony by, I can't remember whether it's you or Ms. Bridwell, you talk about the addition of the customers constitutes only 2% the demand during a drought of record. Should I ask her a question related to that? Okay. And I do have this is some testimony related to you, and this looks like this is PSC data request number, first PSC data request number 12.
Yes, sir.
Okay. State the average flow of water that is being treated through the summer months, and that is 9.7.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what years are that? Is that
But we start operating in 10, so it would be 11 and 12.
so that includes this past year?
Yes.
Okay.
But I would like to double check that.
Well, if I may just clarify, the date of this response, Vice Chairman Gardner, is at the end of that nomenclature up in the right-hand corner, July 23rd, 2012. So it obviously is not going to be reflective of that.
Does it have any of those months?
I would have to go back and double check it. It may not.
Do you mind checking that?
Yeah, I'll check that for you.
And then, so the average flow during non-summer months is 5.7 MGD. Okay, that's all I have. I do have some questions then. Let me just check, I'm sorry, for Ms. Bridwell.
documents you referred to?
No, because those were, no, just the those were actually.
You have the commission dash gardens. Without objection, I guess.
Just a couple of questions on redirect. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Do you want to finish with this witness, Mr. Chairman? Okay. Mr. Williams, I had a follow-up from a couple of questions Mr. Spinard with the Attorney General had, and the Vice Chairman touched on those as well. Mr. Spinard asked you, and I also want to point out a comment that PSC Council made that this is not the rate case. But this question has to do with, Mr. Spinard's question was, Kentucky American is not, I think your response was Kentucky American is not sure what it will do with the existing water production of Owenton if it is granted its certificate for the pipeline.
Yes, ma'am.
And the Attorney General asked you if all the costs are known, such as demolition and other uses of the old facility, and your answer was no. How will the Commission know if what the costs are for the ratepayers if we don't know those answers? I mean, how will we take comfort that the costs are the cost? The $14 million is the cost. Because I'm assuming what you do with the old facility is part of the project. Well, let me ask you that. Is what you do with the old facility part of this project?
We do not consider it part of this project.
You don't?
At this time, we did not.
So any cost associated with the old facility would be reviewed by the Commission in another case at another time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that clarifies where you were going with that.
Yes, Commissioner.
Redirect?
I just had a couple of questions here. I just want to clarify something, and I think, Mr. Williams, you said you misspoke in response to one of Mr. Spinard's questions about the costs here, so I just want to make sure the record is perfectly clear. I think he eventually got to the right answer, but just for the sake of clarification, the capital cost of the proposed project in this case is $14.1 million, correct?
That is correct.
The capital cost that Kentucky American has determined for the alternative, which would be the Owenton Water Treatment Rehab Project, is $11.4 million, correct?
Yes, sir.
Has Kentucky American considered, and so the capital costs of those two are different, and one is higher than the other. Has Kentucky American, in its application and supporting materials, presented to the Commission O&M savings for both projects that will be seen if the Northern Division Connection Project is approved?
Yes, sir.
And on the feasibility study that was filed as Exhibit A to the application in this case, you're familiar with that document, Mr. Williams?
I am.
Does Appendix F of that feasibility study, and I'll give you a moment to turn to it.
Yes, sir.
Are you there? Is that the appendix that sets forth in a side-by-side fashion the O&M costs of the two options here, and in the very right-hand column shows the savings that would be achieved year over year if the Northern Division Connection Project is approved by this Commission and built?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
We have no additional costs.
Just one question, so I understand. We've talked about special disposal costs related to getting rid of the Owenton water treatment plant, assuming that scenario occurs.
Yes, sir.
Would you agree that if there are disposal costs, that's going to reduce the savings that would have been ultimately achieved by the construction of the connection from River Station 2 to Owenston?
I believe that'd be minimal.
Okay, but they would, both, if there are costs, they're going to reduce whatever savings you've got. Is that correct? They may be minimal. We don't know at this point,
Right, we
do
don't
we?
know at this time.
Okay.
Yes.
One other question. There had been some discussion about, I believe it may have been in your response to one of the information requests about donating, potential donation or sale of the facilities to someone else. Can you clarify that? When you talk about donation, are you talking about dismantling it and giving it to someone else, or what are you talking about there?
If you read down through all those, one thing was like, could it become a training facility? You have police departments and firemen, stations. That could be a great training facility to learn about water treatment. So how much of it would you want to dismantle before, giving it to them on that? So the donation, it could be to the state, it could be to the city, it could be to, what we haven't determined
Okay.
yet.
Okay, I was just trying to imagine what you were talking about in terms of donation. Thank you.
But I guess that final decision will be from Cheryl Norton, the president. I'm just speaking from the conversations we've had.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One more question. I apologize.
How does what Mr. Ingram asked you about Appendix F and those savings relate to the, looks like AG data request 1, number 21A and 21B, which is are you the right person to help me understand why those numbers look different from the labor savings? Maybe they are identical, but I'm going to need some help.
That would be a great one to pass off to Miss Linda Bridwell.
I had to take her up.
No further need of this witness. Ms. Williams, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Excellent. We got to 12. Stomach's growling out there. We're going to adjourn. See two more witnesses, Mr. Ingram.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please call the others to be added to this list.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you very much. We are off the record. We're back on the record. Mr. Ingram.
Our next witness, Your Honor, is Keith Cartier.
Cartier. Ms. Thomas Webb. Tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Subject to the rules of perjury. Loud and clear, your name, what you do.
My name is Keith Cartier. I'm Vice President of Operations for Kentucky American Water.
Mr. Cartier, are you the responsible witness, the identified responsible witness for some of the data responses that have been filed of record in this case?
Yes, I am.
And are you here today to be cross-examined about those particular data responses?
Yes.
Witness is available for cross, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Are you part of the senior management of Kentucky American Water Company?
Yes.
Okay. And were you here for Cheryl Norton's testimony?
I'm sorry.
Cheryl Norton, were you here for her testimony?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Now, and you were one of the 3 people who made the decision to go forward with a plan to build an interconnection between the Northern Division and the KRS-2 station.
That's correct.
Okay. And the record will speak for itself, but in terms of, let's just go with your understanding. The notion of I think the phrase that was used earlier was go or no go. the process through which you reach a decision to say, this is our solution and we're going to pursue it.
Yeah, I characterize it almost more, that's the direction we're going, and part of this process is that's the direction we chose to pursue. And part of pursuing, making that happen is going through the certificate case and this testimony. So, the decision process is certainly part of that, and I'd consider we're still in that decision process now.
Okay, all right. I'm going to distribute what I'm asking, what I've marked as OAG cross-examination exhibit 2. And I want to hand your attorney, this is the original, what it is the first page, it's just a photocopy of the first page. And I ask you if this looks familiar. Mr. Cartier, have you seen this before?
I'm sure I have.
Okay. And it's an American Water publication. May I have that?
Sure, I'm sorry.
Thank you. No, it's I'm sorry. And 2012 summer edition, and it's got a profile of you, a very nice picture, and there's the discussion. And you just glance through it and tell me if you've got a chance. You think that's fairly accurate in terms of describing?
Yes, it is.
All right. Now, in the last full paragraph, it contains a sentence that says, he serves on the boards of the YMCA of Central Kentucky and the Kentucky River Authority. Do you see that?
Yes.
And in terms of leadership, your employer, the Kentucky American Water Company, they know that you're on the River Authority.
Correct.
Okay. This application and this proceeding was filed on or about the last part of March 2012. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of the many hats that you wear, one of which being on the executive with the Kentucky American Water Company, you also with the River Authority. Do you regularly attend their meetings?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And in the response to the Attorney General's first request for information, and this was item 13, Kentucky American indicates that it had not formally or informally submitted its proposal, that is the heart of this application, to the River Authority. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this is talking about your understanding. You've been with Kentucky American since 2008?
That's correct.
And is it your understanding that Kentucky American has been encouraged to be a regional supplier of water?
A regional partner and a partner in past years, a partner in the commission studying the regional source of supply, absolutely.
Okay. And in terms of the Kentucky American ethic, perhaps, or the Kentucky American mindset, is your opinion that there is an expectation that the Kentucky American Water Company will show leadership in the area of water resource in this state?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Cartier, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
I don't have any questions, Your Honor.
I have a few, Your Honor.
And I apologize, Mr. Witcher, because this is the second time I've done this. At this stage, unless there is an objection, we will move for the admission of the OAG cross-examination Exhibit 2. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Witcher.
No problem. Good afternoon, Mr. Cartier. I've just got a few questions. I think some were referred to you by Mr. Williams. So to the extent you can answer those, I would greatly appreciate it. To the extent that they require a review of your records. If you just state that, then we'll move on to expedite matters. I'm going to go back to PSC data request number 1 of a first response, Kentucky American, where several studies and reports that were prepared by Strand Engineering or Strand Associates for Kentucky American were submitted as part of the Kentucky American's response to a data request. And in particular, I'm going to refer to the report that was prepared by Strand regarding the Owenton Water Treatment Plant, the preliminary design report that's dated September 6, 2006. Do you have that in front of
Yes,
you?
I do.
Okay, I just want to go over 3 items that were mentioned in the report to find out what was done by Kentucky American in response to the discussion in the report. The report talks about installing a high-service Venturi flow meter. Do you know if that action was taken?
Yes, it was completed.
Okay. Do you know when that was completed?
I don't have that date. We can get that. I think the time frame might have been 2007 to 2008, but we can confirm that time frame.
Okay, if you would. And then the second was to provide for improvements to disinfection facilities. Now, was that
That
actually-
was completed as well in approximately the same time frame.
Okay, and just for the record, could you just briefly describe what those improvements were?
It was segregating the chlorine and chlorine tanks from the rest of the treatment plant and putting the chlorine in a separate contained area.
And I assume that would also be the third recommendation in the report, which was provide bulk storage and chemical addition improvements for various chemicals. Or was that a separate one?
That is a separate one, and it gets to the ability to buy and store chemicals differently than are stored there now. So that has not been completed, and the bulk storage and chemical building is a part of the recommendations for this case, and was actually a part of a design that was done back in 2008. So that was the first thing I think that we had Strand do at that juncture, was take a look at that chemical bulk storage building.
And so that third item would be a part of the alternative proposal that was reviewed but was not selected in favor of the proposed facilities.
That's correct.
Okay. Just so, since the other 2 items had been, the recommendations had been implemented, why was the third recommendation not implemented at the time that it had been made?
But primarily at that time, so this is, I'm going back to about summer, mid-year 2008, and when we proceeded with getting, let's say, a design of a chemical storage building done. Earlier that year, we had tried to take our Fairgrounds tank out of service to address tank maintenance that's been needed there. Found that we weren't able to do that. So when we had that issue and we had that chemical bulk storage proposal come back in, that's really close on the heels after the certificate order in the KRS-2 case. So up until that time, there wasn't any alternatives to consider. So we didn't proceed with installing or building that chemical bulk storage facility. As we looked at, I must say more holistically, if we're having issues with the plant being able to maintain service, taking the tank out of service, what do we need to do for there? That kind of helped accelerate or really prompted that, what other alternatives we had, and would it be feasible to tie into KRS-2 when the plant came online?
Well, let me follow that up by just asking, are you saying that prior to the Commission's order in case 2007-134, the primary focus of Kentucky American, at least as it relates to the Northern Division, was on making internal improvements to the water treatment plant and water distribution system as opposed to looking outside?
Correct.
Okay, and then so the Review of this additional alternative began at the time the commission authorized the construction, granted a certificate for the construction of Kentucky River Station 2?
It opened up that alternative, absolutely.
Do you know if that was discussed before?
I couldn't personally say whether it was discussed before. I started in February 2008 with Kentucky American, and I know we were granted that certificate in April, May, something in that time frame. We started to take the tank out of service in that same time frame, about April, May. We were trying to time it with school being out of service. The tank sits near one of the schools in Owen County, and it was kind of all at the, again, kind of close on the heels where the operational issues kind of surfaced at the same time where we were having the design work done for the chemical storage building.
Okay. Let me move on then. One of the reasons given for, well, at least one of the issues for making changes was described in Mr. Williams' testimony at page 6 about the advent of more stringent water quality standards. Now, I'm using the words from his testimony, but when I asked this question of him, he preferred to defer it to you. So my first question along this lines is the Owenton Water Treatment Plant currently meeting all drinking water quality laws and regulations?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, Mr. Williams talked about the effective date when one phase of, I guess, the Stage 2 disinfection byproducts rule would go into effect, which I believe he said was October 1 of next year. Is that correct? Now, at that time, absent any changes to the water treatment plant, will it still be in compliance then with laws that exist at that time?
It will be iffy. And when I say that, it's conceivable we could continue to operate under the new restrictions, but it will force operational changes, might force and likely to force chemical treatment changes, quantity of water processed through the plant changes. So there's a whole series of things that it would require. And if you're taking, as we would take more stuff out of the water at that time. We would treat more water at that time, and then we have more residuals to handle at that time. So the residuals component that we have issues with our residuals treatment now, that poses a much greater risk than we even now face in terms of violating a discharge permit at that facility. So changes will have to be made. It's a matter of how quickly thereafter we can get those changes implemented and what we actually see operating under those conditions.
So let me make sure I understand. With the effective date of the disinfection byproducts rule stage 2 in October of next year, there will have to be some changes made to the Owenton water treatment plant if the proposed facilities were not approved and placed online. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and are those improvements or those changes at the plant the ones that are listed in the alternative, or are they other types of changes?
No, they would be those listed in the alternatives, among those listed in the alternatives.
Okay, and just making sure I understand, if you didn't do any of those changes, then the plant would not be in compliance with Phase 2 of the disinfection byproducts rule.
I would hate to make that statement that it would be impossible to maintain compliance. Let's say the certificate is not granted in this place and we're faced with, okay, we have to go on to the next plant. And come September 30th, our new residuals isn't in place, or something else might not be in place. On October 1st, we may be able to meet standards by ramping up chemicals. But over a short term, in a very near future, we would not be able to operate like that in a sustained basis. So improvements will have to be made very quickly after that. But I just wanted to stay away with coming October 1, Could we do it one day? Yes. Could we do it a week? Yes. A month? Maybe.
So
5
the
months?
probability of sustained compliance is not going to be there unless you make additions.
That's correct.
Okay, that's not just simply changing the process, but it's actually adding additional facilities
Adding
to the
facilities,
existing plant.
correct.
Okay. Can you, in terms of the potential violations, if no changes are made, can you specify for us exactly what area or what violations will occur? Are you concerned will occur if the either improvements are not made or the proposed facilities are not constructed?
It's both the disinfection byproducts that Mr. Williams addressed. It's the concern with those limits out in the distribution system, especially at the far edges and around the distribution area, as well as violations of our discharge permits. So when we take the junk out and the dirt out of the water and we place it in a settlement basin, this stuff settles to the bottom, and we're able to discharge that cleaner water, it's called supernatant, we're able to discharge that into a stream or tributary. But there's limits as to what you can discharge. That's where we would run into issues with the discharge permit. So it's at both ends of the spectrum, actually. It's in the treated water and in our discharge.
Okay.
What was the term you called it? Super what?
Supernatant. N-A-T-A-N-T, I think is how it's spelled.
And that's the, you described it as the water on the
It's
top.
kind of the clear water on the top, so if you just took the water and let the dirt settle out, the clear stuff would remain at the top, and that's what could be siphoned off and discharged.
Let me follow that up with just a couple more questions on that. In terms of, as I understand what you're saying, is on the one hand, you're going to be violating the water quality laws as a polluter. And on the other hand, the water you're providing to your customers is going to have certain components that exceed minimum acceptable standards that EPA or DOW set. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The changes, is there any way that you can phase those in while remaining with the same plant, or without making major changes or major improvements to the water treatment plant?
I don't see that would be possible without a major upgrade, in particular the residuals treatment process. But again, if you look at the whole project together, or the whole treatment plant together, that's just one area. That only addresses water quality requirements. It doesn't address the risk of still the single train, the treatment limitations with the filters. So we would need to do several things, and we would want to do several things to make that plant be in compliance, to operate in compliance, and to provide that redundancy. So it's not just one issue that drives the consideration of what needs to be done to the plant.
Okay. Going to the redundancy issue for a moment, I think Mr. Williams testified that it was his opinion that the Olenton Water Treatment Plant never met the 10 state standards because it should have had redundancy built in when it was constructed. Would you agree with that?
I won't speak to the 10 state standards, not being a registered engineer in Kentucky, but I would say it's unusual to have a single train treatment facility.
Well, would you then agree that when the transfer of ownership of the plant occurred in 2005, that should have been one item that would have been of particular concern to the acquiring utility?
Yes, and it was.
Okay,
And it remains so.
Okay, and to that extent, then, it should not have been a surprise that additional action was going to have to be taken to install or add redundancy. Is that,
That's correct.
You would agree with that? Okay.
Yes, I would.
If I can have just one moment, I think I'm just about finished. There's just one more item I need to go over, and that relates to the low-pressure problems that exist in the Owenton system. Now, will the proposed facilities correct those pressure problems?
Yes.
Okay, and can you explain to us how that will be done?
The 607 connection, again, is part of that to provide that support to the southern part of Owen County. And that's the area that primarily was experiencing some of those pressure-related issues that Mr. Williams alluded to in testimony, that we currently have kind of valved off and isolated and supplied by the interconnection with Georgetown.
Okay, so if I understand right, then the 607 project, that's not part of this project, is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay, but to resolve those problems in the southern section, it's integral both that the proposed facilities and the 607 project be constructed, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there a reason why the 607 project isn't part of this project, since they're so related?
Yeah, I couldn't answer that, so I might have to defer back to Mr. Williams so we can respond to that.
Okay, well, following up on that, let's assume for the moment the 607 project is not, for it to be successful in resolving those problems, it's only going to be, it's dependent upon the construction of the proposed facilities in this case, is that correct?
That is correct.
So, and I believe that there had been testimony earlier that it was Kentucky American's belief that the 607 project did not require a certificate. So it was proceeding with that as if it was a project in the normal course of, ordinary course of business. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if that project is built, has that project started?
No.
Do you have a start date for it?
I'm not aware that there's a start date for it.
Okay. Do you believe?
I would defer to Mr. Williams to find that out, but if it's,
Well,
from my understanding, if it's dependent on this project, we wouldn't start it until we had this.
Okay, so it will not be started until these construction is undertaken of the proposed facilities?
That's my understanding.
Okay. And if I would just request of Kentucky American, if that's not the case, if you would advise us.
Yes.
Okay, I believe that's all we have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Cardia. So with respect to the 607, that's what Mr. Williams was testifying to, the cooling project in the new mains category.
Yes, it is.
And I apologize if some of these questions didn't get clear notes on whether they're for you or Ms. Bridwell. The first question is, are you the person I talked to about the amounts of power cost for the entire system?
Yes.
And approximately what is that?
It's a little bit shy of 4 million, so about 2.8 million, or 3.8 million.
It takes a lot of electricity to push the water up the hill.
Correct.
Vice Chairman, is that per year or for the life?
Yes, about 4, it's a little bit less than 4 million a year.
Okay. And are you the person, it's Ms. Bridwell I talked to about the details of the budgeting, is that right?
I'm not sure, so I can, if it's budgeting specifically related to operations or plant operations, I can try to address those.
I'm wanting to talk for a second about the Appendix F, comparing the numbers in Appendix F to your application. Maybe it's Appendix F to the engineering report, to the AG Data Response 1, 21A and 21B, which is the comparison of the two the two costs, including O&M costs. Is that you, or is that Ms. Wood?
I'll have to see the other document. There was 21.
AG data response 1, first data response under 21A and 21B.
Who's the responsible witness on that?
So I think this is one that Mr. Riddell can answer your question. I think this is the rate-making impact.
Okay, then this
This is
Priscilla.
Okay, let's talk about water loss for a second, and non-revenue water. And although you weren't let me sort of set the stage, if you will, although you weren't here during 2007 through 34, you're obviously aware that in that case, the commission ordered that there be an analysis of leak mitigation, non-revenue water loss, and you all hired Gannett Plumbing to assist, and then you to this day still file monthly reports on that.
That's correct.
And the commission in the last few months had communication with you about expressing concerns on some of the normal inspection relating to water loss, non-revenue water, and you responded with a detailed letter and then came and met with commission staff about that.
Yes.
So, I mean, it's fair to say that the commission is concerned about that issue, even predating any of the three of us.
That's correct.
So, in looking at the numbers, and in particular the most recent ordering paragraph number 9 reports, what it shows, what it says is you all make a comparison between the monthly 12-month rolling average to what it was at the time of the Gannett Fleming study. Is that familiar to you, that comparison that's made in these reports?
Yes.
And at the time of the study, which would have been, I'm guessing, 3 or 4 years ago, it was 13.7%. And I assume that would have included Northern and Central together.
Yes, the total non-revenue water percentage would have included both.
Okay. And so in looking at the numbers, let me just quickly run through these. April was 14.2, May 15.0, June 14.6, July 13.9, August 13.0. So one question, it surprised me that the numbers earlier this year were going up, and it's good that I see that they're down to around 13.0. And I realize that, in your Exhibit 15, you've got how much higher the Northern Division is than the Central Division, 38% or 43%. I mean, it's really high. And so I guess I'm wondering why, talk to me about why the fluctuation in a 12-month period. Why is it a coincidence now that it's down to 13.0% for a rolling 12-month average? Are there things you all are undertaking that are bringing it down, or tell me your analysis of what's going on right now?
Well, with non-revenue water, it literally always is a moving and an ongoing and an evolving target, an evolving issue that one is managing. At its most basic, the non-revenue water is just defined, it's straight math. The water that you don't sell over the total water that you deliver into the system. So it's just one number divided by another number. Well, inherent in that is sales is a component that affect the percentage. So a down sales year, your non-revenue water percentage may go up, even though your numerator, the leakage, if you will, the non-revenue part, might stay exactly the same. but your sales have gone up. So that number might look like it's getting higher, or conversely, it might look like it's getting better in a year in which your sales are exceptionally high or strong. We're always trying to I say, pick and choose what's the best way to allocate resources to both investigate non-revenue water issues, and then what do you do to tackle issues. So the Gannett-Fleming report, I outlined a number of items, and we've undertaken them and continue to manage non-revenue water activities there. The Gannett report, in just terms of order of magnitude and looking at how we say choose to allocate resources, even though non-revenue water in the overall Kentucky American and then primarily the central area is down in that 13% range, 13% of let's say 40 million gallons a day is still a lot more than 30% of a million gallons a day. So you're looking at where are you going to apply the resources to manage non-revenue water. We have more of an emphasis in that central area than we do in the north. And that's not to say we're satisfied with the results in northern, and so we continue to adapt some of our non-revenue water management techniques up there. But to give you an example, one bad leak in northern can really drastically influence a non-revenue water number for northern. So if we have a large leak on a large pipeline, you could lose 100,000 gallons a day. You lose 10% of your treatment.
And I think you indicated in your letter that that was one of the things that happened.
Yeah, it was one of those things that happened.
Okay. With respect to, will this project have any impact at all on non-revenue water?
Not really, because the non-revenue water issue is more of that distribution system, and this whole project is really that water treatment issue.
Could I ask if you be shown Gardner County Commission? Are there, in most of the activity related to capital projects, related to non-revenue water, are they going to be appearing in recurring projects?
Yes. To the extent that we choose to replace a main that might be leaking or might break a lot, or replace an area, they would be in a recurring project. That line B, mains replaced. It may also, I say mains replaced yet, and mains services, perhaps services and laterals replace line N. So typically when one might replace the main on Longest Street, install a new pipeline, we may also choose, if we know that some of the service lines there may be leaking between the main and a customer meter, we might replace those smaller pipes, the services, at the same time.
It looks as if the mains replaced budgeting category is higher than what the budget was a couple of years ago. Is that related at all to water loss and or non-revenue water and trying to do something about that, or is that just...
It's a combination of that, and it's also a combination of water quality and where we have old mains. So again, old mains we may have a tendency to deliver poor water, particularly mains of a certain type, like unlined cast iron mains. So we try to address a number of issues when we prioritize which mains should be replaced, and water quality, leakage, main break history, all of those factor in.
Okay. And any of the, in the investment projects, are there any of the projects that are in the column for 2014, are any of those primarily for non-revenue water, or are those other kinds of single lines that maybe are just old and need to be replaced?
Those would not be related to non-revenue water.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Mr. Perrier, I believe it was staff counsel who asked you the question about the existing facility. And the improvements that would be needed if that facility was kept in place, in service.
Yes.
And you said we would need to do several things to make the plant viable. That was a line of questioning about the new, some new water, clean water laws. Can you talk a little bit more about what those several things to make the plant viable would be? And you talked about disinfection of byproducts. You talked for the discharge permit.
Correct.
I think you talked about the residuals treatment process, needing more than one train. You have a single train.
So a couple of those things, it's very difficult to separate and say we would do this for that and something else for something else. So to make the plant viable, we would need to be able to treat more water, and the current filters are already running at full capacity, so we need to have those kind of duplicate filters, or another train of filters. We would need to have the residuals treatment, and that would include, I used that analogy before of glass, it would include a big impoundment that we could pump water to let it settle up. It would also include a sludge press so that we could take those solids and press the water out and then be able to dispose of those solids. It still would not address the redundancy issue. So while we were doing those things, you would still need to address the redundancy of the clericals, the pre-treatment capacity, and what our needs would be for the pre-treatment capacity. So it's all the way along you would need to do that. And then we get into, let's say, the risk analysis of some of the DRs talked about, well, if you lost power, if the plant were down for a period of time. We've been very, very fortunate. We haven't had to issue boil waters as a result of the plant being down, but this past spring we kind of came that close. And if you all recall the tornadoes that went through up in Owen County earlier this spring, knocked out the Kentucky Utilities power line that fed Owenton and fed the plant. That was on a Friday evening. Saturday, 11:30 noon, we're sitting there in constant contact with KU, very, very close to issuing boil water. Literally, I would say within 15 minutes away. So we have, as part of this project, what we would need to do, what we want to do would be an emergency generator to be able to fire the plant up in the event of loss of power.
Would the emergency generator, sorry for interrupting your answer, would that be part of the several things that would need to be done to make the plant viable, an emergency generator?
It wouldn't necessarily be needed to ensure compliance with the upcoming rules, but from my perspective, in our opinion, it is required to make that plant viable on a sustained basis.
Would all of the items that you just mentioned, are those part of the 11 million?
Yes, they are.
but possibly not inclusive, but a major part of the 11 million.
Yes.
The O&M cost, the Vice Chairman talked about the $4 million power cost on an annual basis. Is that part of O&M?
Yes, it is.
And the O&M cost, the note that I passed to council was where were the O&M costs in all the data requests, and it's in the feasibility study that was attached to the application.
Yes.
So, Appendix D, E, and F, I believe.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a number that you can recall for me, what the annual O&M costs are if you were to be granted the new pipeline?
So is Appendix D of the feasibility study, are you referring to?
Yes. I may have council help me with this one.
Yes, I believe Appendix D has the O&M cost for the
Yes, it does.
Ellington.
It has the O&M items, labor, chemicals, fuel and power, sludge disposal. So if the certificate were granted, these are the costs that you would not incur, would not be incurred, because you would have the water being provided from KRS-2. So you would not have the power at Owenton plant. You would not have the people.
The $4 million is what's needed now for the current.
I'm sorry, the $4 million is kind of like our total fuel and power budget for all of Kentucky American Water.
For all of Kentucky.
All of Kentucky American Water, all of our 4 main treatment plants, correct. Yeah, the fuel and power, by contrast, the fuel and power for the current Owenton water treatment plant is about 140,000, give or take.
On the current, on the existing.
On the existing plant, correct.
So is the O&M, are the O&M costs separated out just for the new pipeline?
Yes, in Appendix D?
Yes.
Yes.
And what are those?
But it doesn't, if I could have a minute to review it. I'm trying to see whether this appendix, without being the author, whether this appendix nets out the incremental, it's a relatively small, but incremental increase in what KRS-2 would impose. There would be a small increase in power consumption chemicals. They're very minor. No increase in labor. And I believe we addressed that in the data request. I'm not sure where. So Appendix D looks at that this is just the Owenton water treatment plant costs.
Okay. So the O&M costs for the new facility aren't part of that?
And they're part of the analysis. They may not be specifically in this table, but they are part of the analysis that was netted out to get that, what would be the potential savings, yes.
I think I have just a couple of questions for Mr. Carty on redirect. Mr. Carty, were you in the room earlier today when Mr. Spinard asked about Kentucky American providing water to people in the Peaks Mill Water District?
Yes, I was.
Could you explain to us what the relationship is between Kentucky American and Peaks Mill and its customers relating to that provision of water?
Yes, Kentucky American Water provides to Peaks Mill a small amount of bulk water. I think it may have been characterized before as an emergency connection, and it's not really an emergency connection. It's a full-time, all-the-time connection. So we supply water to Peaks Mill so they can supply a small number of their customers, literally a handful of their customers. And in terms of order of magnitude, 1,500 gallons a day, so less than 2,000 gallons. So when we're contrasting the capacity of Owenston plant and the system, it's a really, really small component of that.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that was clear. No further redirect.
No recross.
I have two questions, and they deal with the construction of the water storage tanks. In terms of the reasons for the construction of those storage tanks, the principal reason for their construction is unrelated to the pressure problems that are being experienced in the southern part of the Owenston system. Is that correct?
I would say that for Monterey, that's absolutely correct, because there you're storing water, pumping to Monterey and taking from the tank on up. I couldn't speak to specifically the other one. It's primarily for the immediate Owenston area, but we would feed out from there. So I couldn't say without 607, as the question was before, without 607, would that tank help and support that area? I don't know enough about the engineering hydraulic study that was conducted for that one. We might be able to answer that with Mr. Williams.
And I'll ask this question, and if you can't answer, just so state. But then would it be correct to say that the storage, the pressure problems that are being experienced in the southern end are they're not related to the existence or lack of water storage?
I think the lack of water, I can't answer that specifically, so I don't want to try to answer that.
Rather than try to get you to answer something you're not comfortable with, if Kentucky American could confirm whether the construction of the storage tanks are in any way related or will alleviate the pressure problem, or whether the pressure problem will be resolved by other means unrelated to the storage tanks.
And which storage tanks are those, Mr. Witcher?
Well, I believe we're talking about both the 600,000 gallon tank that is proposed and to some degree, I guess, when it is refurbished, the 400,000 gallon fairgrounds tank.
Very good. Thank you.
And that's all we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cody. Please use.
Chairman, what I'd like to do, and I realize it's a little unorthodox, is to recall Lance Williams, because I think we need to have him up here to clarify one or two things that fall in line with Commissioner Breathitt's questions. So with permission of the interveners, I'd like to do that now. I do not think it will take long.
That's perfectly fine.
Williams, you're still on the road?
Yes, sir.
Just a couple of questions on this renewed redirect, Mr. Williams. And the first area relates to Commissioner Breathitt's questions about O&M cost contained in the feasibility study. And I'd be glad to provide you with a copy of the feasibility study. That will help you.
Oh, I have it.
Okay, great.
I'm not sure if I have the whole thing, because we don't have enough room at our desk for the entire case record, but I have portions of it.
Okay. Well, Mr. Williams, do you recall that the feasibility study was attached to the application as Exhibit A?
Yes.
And are you also, would you agree that the feasibility study itself has 6 appendices to it, identified as Appendix A through Appendix F?
Yes.
And would you agree that Appendix D to the feasibility study sets forth the expected O&M costs of the existing Owenston treatment plant if it remains in operation through the year 2020?
Yes.
That's Appendix D of the feasibility study, correct?
Correct.
Now, Appendix E of the feasibility study. Would you agree with me that Appendix E of the feasibility study sets forth the O&M costs that would be incurred for the project proposed in this case, what we call the Northern Division connection, through the year 2020?
Yes, sir.
And finally, for Appendix F of the feasibility study, is it accurate to say that Appendix F then does a side-by-side comparison of the O&M cost of the Owenston treatment plant versus the Northern Division connection proposal if it is built, so that one can look at the side-by-side comparison and learn what the expected O&M savings would be if the Northern Division connection is built.
Yes, sir.
The other line of questioning I wanted to ask you about, Mr. Williams, relates to the project that's been the subject of some discussion since you left the stand, and that's what we've been calling the 607 project. The 607 project, can you confirm, it was a line of questioning from Mr. Wucher, and Mr. Wucher asked whether construction has commenced on the 607 project. Can you confirm that it has not?
It has not.
The 607 project, were you present for Mr. Cartier's testimony that it is necessary in conjunction with the Northern Division connection to help pressure problems in the southern part of the Northern Division? Were you present for that testimony? The 607 project, from your engineering perspective, does it have to be completed regardless of whether the Northern Division connection pipeline is built?
Yes, it does.
And why is that?
It would increase the flow, the pressure. It also gives us a loop to better serve our customers, and it is needed either way.
And you characterized the 607 project earlier today as an extension in the ordinary course of business, correct?
It is.
And so as a standalone project, an independent project, it does help address pressure problems in the Northern Division.
It does.
That's all the redirect I have.
Follow-up?
Thank you. Let me ask about the response that you and Keith gave, response number 5 to Commission staff's first request for information, where you're listing all of these water pressure issues, like 2.5 pages of them, 2 pages of them, in the Northern Division. My question is, those are not necessarily, as I read your response, it's not necessarily leaks. They're just water pressure could be low. Is that right? Is that how I'm reading that properly?
If you read the second sentence to the response, it says each event resulted from a water main break.
Okay. And tell me, just for comparison's sakes, do you all also compile a list of this for the Central Division?
Yes, they reveal those for the Central Division as well.
You have a sense as to how many times greater it is than this, or is it, because the system's in better shape, is it proportionally less, or do you have any idea?
You know what? We have breaks all the time in the Central Division, and sometimes the break is due to a contractor has gotten into our line when they shouldn't have, as opposed to it's just an older line and failing. And the same thing would be true here. Some of these are due to a failing system.
They're not necessarily due to problems with pressure, but their pressure results from lack of pressure results from.
Yes, it's not as if the pressure caused the break.
May I ask one question, just so to clarify on the 607 line? It's intended to correct a problem that is the result of either inadequate looped lines or too small lines. It's not related to a lack of water storage.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Excuse.
Our last and final witness, Chairman, is Linda Bridwell.
Truth, the whole truth, nothing but truth, such as you as a president. Your name and what you do.
My name is Linda Bridwell, and I'm the manager of rates and regulation for the Central Division, Kentucky and Tennessee.
Ms. Bridwell, are you the responsible witness identified on several of the data responses that Kentucky American Water has submitted in this case?
I am.
The witness, are you here today to be cross-examined on those data responses and of your knowledge of Kentucky American system and your historical knowledge on that as well? The witness is available for cross.
Okay, good afternoon, and you know I trust that if you don't hear me or you don't understand, you just want to tell me. Okay. I'm looking at the Kentucky American Water Company's response to the first request of PSC staff, and this is item 9, and it's beginning at page 6 of 9, and in terms of the document, the PDF, it's going to be
Hang on
page...
just a second, Mr. Spinelli.
Okay. Take your time.
Okay.
Okay, and for those following along on the PDF, it's page, I believe it's page 321 of 766. That's a copy of your resume?
Okay. Are you on? Oh, yes.
Okay, all right. And is it fair to say that you have more than a passing amount of knowledge regarding water supply in the central Kentucky region?
I'd say that's fair to say.
Okay, and do you have an understanding regarding the complexities of obtaining a water supply solution when there are competing interests and agendas?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to the resume, and I'm looking at the next to last paragraph, public relations, first sentence, made numerous public presentations on central Kentucky water supply issues. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it just to summarize, even if you want to do by groups or types of groups, can you give us some sense of were public officials, neighborhood council meetings, things like that? Who were some of the groups that you made presentations to?
Well, starting back, I guess, with the elected officials, I've made a number of presentations on water supply in front of the Lexington Fayette Urban County Government Council. I think I've appeared before them 2 or 3 different times. I traveled with the Chamber of Commerce twice to Washington, D.C. to meet with the congressional delegation on central Kentucky issues that included water supply as one of those, and met with the congressional delegation about what could be done. In addition to that, neighborhood associations, Kiwanis clubs, Rotaries. I met with a number of community groups outside of Fayette County, including Clark County, Scott County, Rotary. Trying to think of over 20 years of talking about water supply. There were a number, and then I was a member of the Fayette County Water Supply Council that I didn't actually make presentations, but there was a lot of discussion going on then. And then, of course, I was Kentucky American's representative of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission.
Well, and that's in the next paragraph on team working. It does indicate that you served as Kentucky American representative to the Bluegrass Water Supply Consortium, and in terms of that, was it not only the consortium but later the commission as well?
Yes, the consortium became the commission. I think the consortium was a loose group formed with upwards of 17 different entities, and then the commission was under the state regulations, a formal group that signed on, and each county signed on, and I think we were down to about 9 people when it became or 9 entities when it became a commission.
Okay. Now, and I think you probably could remember and describe each one. Approximately how many water supply alternatives did Kentucky American Water Company consider when it was looking at addressing the water supply and water treatment challenges of its central division? Is this leading up to the KRS-2 certificate case?
Well, you're putting my memory in an awfully good light. I don't think that I could actually sit here and recite every one, but there were, I think at one point we were over 100 different alternatives in the final count of 2 decades of looking at different water supply solutions.
Okay. And in your opinion, if you have one, does the Kentucky River 2 station, the facility, provide a cost-effective, reasonable means for Kentucky American Water Company to address the water supply and water treatment issues that were described as challenges in Kentucky Public Service Commission case number 2007-134?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you do some public relations work, and I'm going to ask at this stage that what is marked as OAG Cross-Examination Exhibit 3 be distributed. And while it's being distributed, I'll go ahead and describe it in general, and then when you have a chance to take a look at it, I'll ask you some questions about it. You wrote an op-ed piece that was published in the Lexington Herald Leader on October 28, 2010, and what is being distributed is a reprint of that op-ed piece. So once you get a chance to take a look at it, just let me know.
I'm fine, yes.
Okay, now. Now, the op-ed piece includes a statement, and this is the fourth item from the bottom. The new water treatment plant can be expanded to meet the needs of other central Kentucky communities outside of Kentucky American Water's Service Area 2. Do you see that?
I'm familiar with the sentence, but I don't remember exactly.
Okay, these are in blocks. The sentences are in blocks. This is the fourth block from the bottom on the first page.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. Now, it showed up in a data request, at least one, and there was some discussion about this, perhaps in the public comment a little earlier today. The commission record will speak for itself, but let's go over this notion about the design of the KRS-2 facility, and perhaps we can do this with just a few questions, hopefully. Now, will you agree that in several instances in responses to requests for information in this proceeding and even in testimony today, Kentucky American Water indicates that the KRS-2 facility has the ability to reliably produce up to approximately 24 million gallons of water on a given day?
Yes.
Okay. And that's without further treatment expansion?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when Kentucky American Water was sizing the KRS-2 facility, it utilized demand projections of its central division under various scenarios going out to the year 2030. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And those projections incorporate, let me rephrase that. Did those projections incorporate conservation efforts?
Yes.
Okay. And did those projections incorporate what I believe was described by the Commission's order in the certificate case, and this is the April 25, 2008 order, I believe page 34, moderate restrictions during severe drought?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to the phrase that was used a little bit earlier today, do you describe the KRS-2 facility as a 20 million gallon a day facility or a 20 MGD facility?
It is a rated at 20 million gallons a day. Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to the amount of water that is available above that 20 million gallon a day amount, and it may be perhaps as much as 4 or perhaps 5 million gallons a day, do you call that extra water or surplus water?
No, I wouldn't describe it as extra water. I mean, treatment capacity is not a finite, defined, this is the last drop you can get out. And we've experienced that in the Central Division with Kentucky American for the last 2 decades. The 2 plants were operated frequently that we had prior to KRS-2 above the rated capacity. We met all the regulations, we met our customer demands, but there is, I think we even described it in the KRS-2 case as operating your car up in the red zone. You can push a plant further than the rated capacity and still provide your system needs.
That, you can do it perhaps for a short period
A
of time.
short period, that's true.
Okay. Now, October 2010, that's approximately when the KRS-2 facility went into service.
I think the date was actually September 20th, but sometime right around the end of September, 1st of October.
Okay. Since October 2010, has Kentucky American Water Company been approached by any water utility or public official with regard to a request for water supply through an interconnection either existing or proposed with Kentucky American Water Company's Central Division?
Not formally. There's always ongoing conversations with other regional water utilities, but there hasn't been a formal request.
And perhaps earlier today, it was identified that there may be two conversations relating to Kentucky American.
Well, that was
That
separate.
not-
Those two are actually an acquisition of those utility assets. I'm referring to conversations I'm aware of at least other Bluegrass Water Supply Commission members, that when the economy tanked in 2007, they all said, okay, back up, we're not ready, but we probably want to come talk to you. And we routinely have conversations with other water utilities on a regular basis, and a couple of them said, we might be coming back around to a connection at some point here soon. Nothing formal.
Okay. Well,
Excuse me, I'm not sure I understand the distinction between the two and what you're...
Okay, the two are very, I guess, some serious conversations about acquisition of assets of two utilities by Kentucky American operating contracts.
The other is just...
The other is just still kind of connections with other Bluegrass Water Supply Commission members in the area. Hey, what are you doing? What's going on? We're developing out this direction.
okay. Now, with regard to the testimony and the evidence in the record thus far in this proceeding, there's been some discussion that the rated capacity is 20 million gallons a day, but since then, once you had a chance to see how the plant operates, you're comfortable that it may be as much as 24 million gallons a day.
That's correct.
And that's after about 2 years of operations.
Yes.
Now, in this October 28, 2010 article, it says new water treatment can be expanded to meet the needs of other Central Kentucky communities outside Kentucky American Water Service Area 2. That was at a stage where you didn't know whether or not you could get over 20 million gallons a day out of the facility. Is that correct?
That's correct. And this is, and of course, this is referencing, which the commissioners may not be familiar with, the plant was designed to be expanded in 5 million gallon a day increments very easily. And that was really what this was referencing as part of those conversations. But yes, this was written prior to us really testing out and being able to operate at 24 million gallons. We thought we might be able to get 22 when we were designing it, probably more like 24 now.
Okay. Now, Kentucky American has a responsibility to get a reasonable supply of water for its customers.
Yes.
And that's part of what drove KRS-2.
Yes.
Now, when you were approached by Bluegrass all those years ago, is it the case that you basically said, Bluegrass, if you want some water out of KRS-2, you're going to need to make a capital investment?
Absolutely.
Okay. Since October 2010, and this again, or perhaps September 20th, 2010, has Kentucky American Water Company approached any water utility with regard to either an increase by Kentucky American in the provision of water by KWC through a contract through which KWC would begin to provide water to the utility?
Are you asking, has Kentucky American sought a conversation specifically to increase sales or initiate sales to someone? No.
Okay.
Not to my knowledge.
All right. Thank you. That's exactly what I wanted to know. Now, if before I forget, the Attorney General moves for the admission of the OAG cross-examination Exhibit 3 into the record.
Madam Objection? So ordered.
Mr. Spinard, if I can back up, I'm not sure of the timing. We did have some conversations with the city of Winchester, and I don't want to be misleading here. There were some conversations about possibly supplying them water as a plant expansion. And I don't recall the exact timing of that, but that's probably been since the plant was finished.
Okay. I appreciate the amount of work that goes into putting together an application. I'm ever reluctant to ask for even more information. But as a hearing data request, if you could clear that up.
You have to.
Thank you. Now, this is going to refer and ask if you're aware that on July 6th of this year, Lindsay W. Ingram III sent a letter to Jeff Duran, the Executive Director of the Public Service Commission, and the letter, as I understand it, is consequent to the Commission's April 25th, 2008 order in case number 2007-134, and if you'd like to inspect the letter, I'm happy to send it in your direction, but for the moment, it indicates that on June 28, 2012, 18.25 million gallons were pumped from the KRS-2 facility into KW's distribution system. Does that sound familiar?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and so that exceeded 80% of the 20 million gallon a day rated capacity of KRS-2 station.
Yes.
All right. Now, on that date, were either the KRS-1 or the Richmond Road facilities out of service or impaired?
Yes, actually, I believe the Richmond Road station was undergoing some maintenance on the sedimentation basins. I know it was about the same time period, which is why we had diverted some of the flow from the KRS-2.
Okay, and in your opinion, was the event on June the 28th, was it an anomaly, or is it something that you anticipate will happen more frequently?
I believe it will happen more frequently. We certainly didn't build KRS-2 to sit idle or at a minimum amount and then suddenly on peak days ramp up. It's really an opportunity. We certainly needed the capacity, but we had been operating for almost 2 decades without being able to do any maintenance in the summer. Everything had to be on. Everything had to be ready by May. The operators were constantly under stress to maintain things. What this KRS-2 has done is provide us with an opportunity to be more efficient with our operations, look where we're getting the best water quality, where we're getting the best power costs, and where maintenance needs are immediate, go ahead and take care of them. And so that's kind of what we were seeing this summer was we shifted some of the demands to the KRS-2 and ramped it up.
Okay. And you currently serve as manager of rates and regulations for the Central Division, Kentucky and Tennessee.
Yes.
Is there anyone else in the Central Division not the Central Division of territorial-wise Kentucky American? We're talking about your current role where it says you're the Central Division. Any other jurisdictions other than Kentucky and Tennessee?
Yes, the Central Division covers 9 states. So I are participating only in the Kentucky and Tennessee for the Central Division.
Okay. Do you understand the financial aspects of the rate-making process as well as the engineering aspects of running a water utility?
I hopefully am learning it very quickly, Mr. Spinard. But yes, that's part of my new role.
Okay. And you have a master's of business administration?
Yes.
Okay. This is in your opinion. Do you agree that the ability of Kentucky American Water Company to meet the existing and future water demands of its customers depends on an adequate supply of water?
Yes.
Okay. And the regulated business is dependent upon a defined source of water supply?
Yes.
And that's not a new concept for the drinking water industry, is it?
No.
Okay. Did Kentucky American Water Company know, let me back up. Earlier today when I asked some questions of a witness, they were deferred to you, and so let's go through those questions first. as we went through a little bit earlier, for a long time, Kentucky American had a central division that was Lexington and some of the adjacent areas. And then in 2001, or thereabouts, 2001-94 was the case, Kentucky American purchased the assets of the Tri-Village Water District. Do you remember that transaction?
Yes, I believe we purchased Tri-Village and then Elk Lake very shortly after.
Okay. Now, and this is if you know, at the time that Kentucky American Water Company got Tri-Village water system assets, took over the system, was Tri-Village, was that system having a problem with elevated levels of trihalomethanes, if you know?
Only because they were purchasing water from the city of Owenton, and the city of Owenton was having problems with elevated trihalomethanes. And so once that purchase went through in 2001, Kentucky American actually started working with the city of Owenton on ways to reduce the trihalomethanes through their treatment plant.
Okay, so it's got to be your testimony. Is it the case that at that stage Kentucky American began to get familiar with the Owenton water treatment plant?
Yes.
Okay. When Kentucky American Water Company purchased certain assets of the Owenton water system, was there an issue with the raw water intake at Severn Creek?
Yes. The city of Owenton was, I think, in a memorandum of agreement with the Division of Water to relocate the intake. There were problems with the capacity of pumps, the lines, and the water quality of Severn Creek at that time.
And when, well, I want to go through these, and if we need to hand them out as exhibits, we will, but perhaps we can just go through them by reference. And what I'll do is I will just so you'll know where I'm going with that.
Thank you, David.
All right. Now, again, going back to the Owenton, do you agree or disagree that the water intake situation at Owenton was a business risk known to Kentucky American Water Company at the time it made the decision to purchase the Owenton system, certain assets of the Owenton system?
It was a known business risk at that time, yes.
Okay. And with regard to that, there was a plan with regard to the intake system?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of providing a summary, a narrative, what was the plan?
At the time that the assets were acquired, the city of Owenton had received quite a bit of grant funding, low-interest loan funding. The city was going to retain ownership of the intake and proceed with relocating the intake, and they had it under design. Kentucky American was then going to acquire all of the additional assets and operate the intake for them. I have to say that, there was some question in our mind whether treatment could address the water quality problems at the intake or not. And so we moved forward along that path, and then when the bids came back in on the intake relocation, they were much higher than the city of Owenton had available from a grant funding and a low-interest loan funding. So at that point, the deal had closed, and we were working on, operating the plant. We were improving the water quality coming into the plant, those sort of things.
And when you say when the bids came back, to put something to the time frame, and that they were quite high, would this have been sometime during the year 2005?
I thought it was later than that, but I may be wrong in that. I'm trying to remember the exact timing. It may have been early 2005, I think there was some thought whether the city of Alton could still continue to get some additional grant money. I don't know if I don't know what you're referring to specifically, if it's got some of that timing issues in there.
Well, I'm going to refer to a response of Kentucky American Water Company to the PSC's first data request, item number 3, and it appears on page 11 of 147 of that response. And it's an email from Thomas W. Williams to R.C., I guess that's Mr. Svinland, and Linda Bridwell, and the one-sentence topic, again, from the Told You So column, the bids on the intake were quite high. Is that the nature of what you're describing?
Yes.
Okay, and I'll let the data response, it's in the record, it'll speak for itself. Now, in your opinion, to your knowledge, at that stage, the bids come back, they're quite high. At what stage was that plan for Owenton to go forward with the intake, was it ever abandoned?
I don't think it was ever abandoned. What we started doing was Kentucky American then was operating the plant, and Owenton had the intake. We were not directing the engineer. I mean, it wasn't our money. The engineer kind of went back to see if they could engineer out some of the costs. We had the immediate needs of not having adequate capacity in the plant, the pumps. There were some line issues. Could those be addressed, and we deal with the water quality issues on a treatment side and maybe put off moving the intake? Or would Kentucky American actually fund part of the intake? I mean, there were a number of things kind of swirling around, and what moved forward were the pumps and the line, the raw water line was upgraded, and Kentucky American was able to manage the water quality through the treatment at that time. So at that point, everything kind of just stopped on. We had asked Owenton to continue to look for grant funding, that we knew this was the case down the road. Whether that ever materialized, I don't know.
Okay. Now, this is in the record. Kentucky American Water Company response to PSC data request 1, number 3, and this is page 47 of 147 of that response. And it's an email from Dilla Griffin to Mr. Williams. And its second paragraph, Mr. Griffin conveys, I'm hearing rumors that we may want to leave that plant open and not consider connecting it to the new pipeline network. To your understanding, what does he mean by that?
I guess there were some conversations swirling at the time. I think even the first time that O'Brien and Gear was, and they were the consultant for the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, the first time they came in and said, hey, we think it's a really good idea to build a plant in Franklin County or Owen County. We didn't even own the city of Owenton at that point. We owned Tri-Village, and I think some of the engineering staff said, oh, great, maybe we can, get rid of buying water from Owenton and just tie on. There weren't design plans. Nobody was going forward with that. I think what Dillard was referring to, there had been, hey, could we tie on? And it was, but the purchase of the city of Owenton was focused on the capital needs of the Owenton plant, and that was put forth in the CDC document. And I think all Dillard's referring to is, hey, I'm hearing rumors we're not really going to tie in. Well, no, we weren't going to tie in at that point.
Okay. Excuse me for just 1 second. In terms of your responsibility, with regard to that KRS-2 project, basically, were you the person who had the lead on it?
Yes.
Your project? Okay. Now, we're going to go back to a few questions that we had asked Mr. Williams to clear up, if you know. Can Kentucky American, if the commission were to grant the certificate in this proceeding, would Kentucky American Water Company be able to supply water to the Wheatley area that's currently being supplied by the Carroll County Water District?
I thought Mr. Williams actually answered that one. No, to be honest with you, I don't know the hydraulics well enough of the Wheatley area.
Okay.
We'll need to follow back up on that.
Well, and I apologize if I've confused things. I thought he answered for the city of Glencoe, but was not sure about Wheatley. With regard to this certificate application, if the KRS-2 interconnection is built and the other features in this application are built, on the day they go in service, will there be areas of the Northern Division that Kentucky American will not be able to adequately supply by utilizing treated water from the KRS-2 facility?
Can you ask that question again?
Sure. And I may be mistaken, so from a foundation standpoint right now, Kentucky American, does it currently serve all of the Northern Division territory through the Owenton distribution system?
No. I mean, it does, but it doesn't. Okay, I'm sorry. It serves it through the Northern Division distribution system. There are parts of the Northern Division that are not fed by the City of Owenton treatment plant.
Okay, exactly. So now, on day one, if the commission were to grant this certificate and all the facilities are built, would the water to all parts of the Northern Division be water that's coming from the KRS-2 station?
No. No. So it's my understanding that Carroll County and the Gallatin County connections would still be required. The Georgetown connection, if I understand it correctly, the new tank will actually have a higher elevation than the new Columbus tank, which will allow that area to be fed off this KRS-2 connection rather than requiring the Georgetown connection on a regular basis.
Well, and I believe, and it may have been Mr. Williams who offered this testimony, is that that they're not going to, Kentucky American does not plan to go out and dig up the infrastructure, but in that instance, it's simply be a matter of turning a valve off.
That's correct.
Okay.
There's a couple places where the mains are very close together. The connection, it would simply be turning a valve.
Okay. If we may, that we may be at our end.
Mr. Spinard, can I ask a question?
Oh, certainly. Yes.
Qualifying question to one of yours. When you said Carroll County and Gallatin County, did you say maybe?
Those connections, it's my understanding those connections would stay in place and still be fed from that, but
What's that?
I'm sorry, we purchased water from Carroll County Water District and we purchased water from Gallatin County Water District to serve parts of the Northern Division that were out in the old Tri-Village Water District. Those connections, is my understanding, those areas would still be supplied by that. Those aren't going to be affected by this. So that's why when you were asking about Wheatley, I can't remember if Wheatley's what's supplied, which one. I know those two purchase contracts are going to stay in place.
That's what I wanted
okay.
to know. I wanted to understand her answer with respect to where that water came from.
Okay, sure.
I do know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just very few more questions. With regard to the Owenton intake issue, whose responsibility at Kentucky in terms of that project, who was in charge of seeing that there was a solution for the Owenton intake situation?
I mean, it was a collective responsibility. I mean, the engineering group was overseeing working with the city of Owenton and their design facility. I think there's even an email where Nick said, this is your group, and referring to the engineering group, to make sure that this gets followed through. Now, when the funding fell apart, I mean, certainly the engineering group wasn't in a position to come up with funding for an intake and all the political issues that were going on at that time. I think as an operation, the management team at Kentucky American looked at what's the best way to operate, knowing this is what we're stuck with now, is that we have an intake, a limited amount of money to fix it, and we've either got to figure out whether we want to fix it or figure out how to improve the water quality. And that was one of the things. At that point, we've been operating a number of months and started improving the water quality sufficiently that we felt like, okay, as long as the pumps get fixed, we can probably live with this for a while.
Okay, and I think the phrase was get-go earlier, is that when you purchased the Northern Division assets, you were purchasing assets that had been designed and built by they were not, Kentucky American didn't have any control over the design or the building. I guess perhaps the way to phrase it is that, hypothetically, Kentucky American probably would have done it differently.
That's true. I believe we would have.
Okay. And you're here for the testimonies of Cheryl Norton and Keith Cartier and Lance Williams?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe that Kentucky American Water Company has a commitment to provide leadership in drinking water issues?
Yes.
Okay. And do you believe that Kentucky American Water Company wants to be a regional supplier of drinking water?
I think we are comfortable in that role. I think that we have been asked by a number of other entities to continue in that role, yes.
And in that role, does your experience with Kentucky American Water Company and let me talk about, are you currently, in terms of the chart, an employee of the Kentucky American Water Company, or are you with another group?
No, I mean, technically I'm an employee of American Water Central Division, the service company.
Okay. But as far as your experience in the American Water family, have you worked closely with the Kentucky Division of Water?
Yes.
Okay. And do you believe that working closely with other regulatory agencies, such as the Public Service Commission and other regulatory agencies, is consistent with the goal of being a regional supplier of water?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
I had a couple, Your Honor.
Steve?
Good afternoon, Ms. Bridwell. It looks like you have submitted some updated demand projections, and I'm looking at Attorney General staff's request for information number 29.
Yes, sir.
Were those done solely for the purpose of this case?
They were overdue. They were done as part of a comprehensive planning study update we were trying to finish up at the end of 2011, start of 2012.
And it looks like from the same response that it's based on subsection C that you all are going to submit a new demand management plan later this year?
Yes.
Will those be? Do you anticipate that the same numbers will be included in those, or do you further hone those numbers before?
No, I mean these are the updated numbers as of earlier this year. Normally our demand projections are not included as part of the demand management plan.
Okay. Do you all address the drought issues as part of the demand management plan?
Well, we look at I guess the steps that need to be taken as far as implementing drought restrictions. There's a lot of I guess the procedures, the process that goes through working with the LFUCG and the other elected jurisdictions that we serve in, but I guess there are some numbers in there, but they aren't necessarily referring back to demand projections.
Okay. My question that I asked earlier of Ms. Norton today regarding the scenario where you would possibly not be able to draw the full 20 million gallons a day out of that pool to use and how that would be allocated, would that be addressed as part of this demand management plan?
Well, I guess I was intrigued by your question because Kentucky American doesn't anticipate having a time. I mean, it would be something beyond a drought of record where we would not be able to withdraw the full 20 million.
Okay, so it's Kentucky American's position that absent, well, there's always, I guess, potentially a new drought of record, but absent there being a new drought of record, even in a drought of record, you believe that it could pull at least the 20 million gallons a day out of that pool?
Yes, I do. That was part of the decision when the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission made, I guess, the decision to push for a Pool 3 solution was by going down there, the Division of Water said, we don't see restrictions on this pool up to 25 million gallons a day or more.
Do you all have, if it was restricted to just the 20 million gallons a day, do you all have, I mean, I guess at that point, if this went through, some of that water would then be delivered to the Northern Division. Do you all have thoughts on how that would be allocated at the 20 million gallon if there was a drought scenario?
Well, no, just like we currently do with all of our Central Division. I mean, there's not no one gets in line in front of everyone else. When we ask for restrictions, our entire system is asked.
Well, that's what I'm at. Would it be the same restrictions throughout the system? That's what I'm trying to ask.
Absolutely, and that's currently what we do with all of the different jurisdictions.
On the actual numbers that you provided as part of the attachment to number 29, is it safe to say that these would not include any kind of expansion effort, anything like that? These are just normal projection numbers?
These are just the normal projections that we use the population projections by the University of Louisville, the Kentucky State Data Center. And we use those in the counties that we serve and use those so that the growth projections that are in here are based on those population projections. But no, there's no additional growth.
Do you have any insight on the public unaccounted for number? Do you have any insight as to why that seems to fluctuate so much? I mean, it looks like...
Which number are you referring to?
It's the third one down, public unaccounted for. It's up at 7.2, and then it dropped to 5.6 actual, but then you have it up above 7 again in 2015.
Which page?
I'm sorry, it's page 3 of 13.
Okay. The public unaccounted for, that's a combination of the other public use and unaccounted for. That may not have been a fair assessment to put those two in there because other public authorities or schools, institutions, those sort of things. No, why it drops down, I mean, 2010 was a low usage year. Why it drops down in that, I can't tell you specifically. Now, if you get into some of the detail on the back, it's got the actual, I think it's page 5 of 13, has the other public use specifically identified by year, and then the losses and non-revenue or the total unaccounted for in there. And again, that's just a function of a percent of the average.
I don't have any other questions.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bridwell. How are you today?
Good, how are you?
I'm getting by. I'm going to refer you to Kentucky American Water Company's response, first information request to the first information request to the Attorney General, item 19. And in particular, item, okay.
Okay, yes.
Okay, item 19, subsection F, which talks about the rate-making impact if the Owenton water treatment plant is taken out of service. Now, if other items were also taken out of service, either as a result of the proposed facilities being constructed or the alternative being implemented, would the same rate-making treatment apply?
Wait, are you asking me would the same rate-making treatment apply if both?
Well, let's assume for the moment.
I'm sorry, I was
Okay.
trying to think my answer and I wasn't sure I heard the.
Let me reset it
Maybe
then. Let me
your
repeat it.
question.
If other facilities were taken out of service as a result either of the construction of the proposed facilities, the Northern Connection, or of the implementation of the other option, the improvements to the Owenton water treatment plant, would the same type of rate-making treatment apply for those facilities being taken out of service?
Yes, I mean, obviously the numbers would be significantly different. but
Okay.
yes.
Now, bearing that in mind, let me move you on to, I think it's Kentucky American's response to Attorney General data request, the first data request, item 21,
Okay.
where there is a chart produced. It's page 202.
Yes.
And that chart is basically a comparison of what happens, the impact between doing the Olenton water treatment plant improvements and doing the construction of the Northern connection.
Yes.
Okay, with the Northern connection, was the retirement of the Monterey water storage tank taken into consideration?
No, none of the retirement of, well, I say that. I know the treatment plant was not taken into
Okay.
account as part of the depreciation, I mean, the savings on the O&M. And that is something that we talked about quite a bit since we weren't sure exactly what was going to happen to that facility. We did not include the savings on the depreciation for the treatment plant. In looking at it, it doesn't appear that there is a net change from the Monterey tank. It's a fairly small tank, so I wouldn't think there would be a big depreciation amount there. But
Okay, the effect of removing the Olenton water treatment plant from the rate base, the abandonment of it or taking it out of service, if that were to occur, what would the rate-making impact be, just in terms of?
in general, we've estimated that an $85,000 saving in depreciation expense. We haven't gone through and changed the revenue impact for anything else other than the depreciation.
So the only impact you're looking at is the effect on depreciation?
Yes. I mean, other than what is listed here, I mean, that was the only piece that's not included.
Let's go back to your response to item 19 again.
Okay.
And I think it's F1B. You talk about in terms of the Olenton water treatment plant being retired, the book cost of the Olenton water treatment plant less the net salvage value would be debited from accumulated depreciation. And you've got an estimate there. I won't go ahead and read the rest of that. But what effect would that have in terms of this chart?
On 21,
Yes.
we haven't made that calculation. You mean just the reduction of rate base by removing the rate base and the depreciation?
Yes.
In rate base, we have not made that estimate.
Okay. Well, obviously, since we don't have well, let's make the assumption you removed it all, just for purposes, hypothetically. Can you provide us with a revised chart that would show what would be the effect if the plant was totally retired? Bearing in mind what Mr. Williams had testified earlier today, that you may have numerous other options.
Yes.
Okay. I think that's all we have. Thank you.
While you have that out, I'd like to some questions. First of all, I would like to compare that to Appendix F to the engineering study. And that's the O&M cost comparison. And I'd like to compare that because those numbers don't look the same to me, and I'm trying to understand if you can explain to me the difference in the O&M costs in those two.
Okay, if I can get, it might be easier to use Appendix D and E, because Appendix F is simply the comparison of the O&M. But I think if you go through, the response to item 21 is a side-by-side comparison.
Right.
And so I guess if you go down like Appendix D, is the Owenton Water Treatment Plant, O&M costs. So if you come over on Schedule 21, those are actually, we debated about how to present this, and what we did is, those are reflected in the savings on the right. So it's got the Owenton O&M, but it doesn't have any labor, any chemical, because we said, okay, those are costs that are going forward if we do that project, no matter what. So what we did is we went over to the right side of the page, and if you see at the top, there's labor. There actually aren't any labor costs, but then the next group of numbers down has O&M, depreciation, tax savings from elimination of Owenton Water Treatment Plant. So that's where you're seeing a credit of the labor costs, the chemical, the fuel and power, and the sludge.
Correct.
Does that help?
Yeah, let's just look at, oh, I see. So there's the labor, there's the chemical, there's the power.
And I thought I checked these even, yeah, but they should go match
Okay.
right across.
I see that. Okay, and this, okay, that helps. I see that Appendix D goes out to 2020, presumably, and what we were given goes to 2018. Did you all run, or has this been provided to 2020?
We didn't run on out. Appendix D and E, the feasibility study, is more of kind of like a traditional, how many years of payback, you see the savings going out of a net present value. The purpose of 21, and I think it's also PSC number 1, item 50, we really were trying to get what's the immediate revenue impact. And so we lined those up for 5 years, but we didn't, we didn't try and run it out any further.
Okay.
And we can certainly do that if it would help the commission. And you start getting more than about 5 years out, some of the numbers start, your assumptions on how much you're making, saving on O&M costs.
Help me understand, if you all ran the numbers out, let me go back one question, or one situation, and ask a question about depreciation and the amount of accumulated depreciation. When you all did depreciation, you looked at the useful life of the different items in each of the options. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay, and some of those are going to have shorter useful lives and some are not.
Yes.
And then, for example, in the looking at the O&M and depreciation for the Owenton WTP option on the left, for example, the depreciation is the same every year. Is that right?
Yes.
And then at some point, the depreciation changes as a useful life of one of these things is shorter than, for example, a pipe.
Yes, I mean, if you retire something, and obviously the replacement costs are going to be more expensive, assuming your depreciation rate stays the same, it may, the depreciation amount will go up. I think PSC number 1, item 50, actually has the details of that depreciation. I don't know if you have that one.
PSC, what, please?
It's PSC number 1, item 50. The response to that actually has the detail of the depreciation. Okay. The attachment to it, I think it's got 4 pages behind it, and it's got this is how much is estimated based on the depreciation rate of mains for this portion for treatment plant equipment.
Is there a point at which conceptually looking at this, the notion is even though the initial capital cost is greater for the Owenton system than for the pipeline option than renovating the Owenton system, because the O&M costs are greater for Owenton in a relatively short period of time. Those numbers flip or catch up so that they is that right?
Right. Now, and let me, if I can help you here. If you look at Appendix F of the feasibility study, when you start looking at those cumulative savings, this is basically just comparing O&M and capital, O&M, so you can see, okay, if it's a $3 million difference on the capital, you see it takes you about 4 to 5 years, I guess 5 to 6 years, I'm sorry, to accumulate $3 million in simply O&M savings. If you're looking at the schedules, like 21, that's got everything. That's got taxes, everything. We didn't, as part of the O&M calculation, try and include depreciation and tax effects, property tax, those sort of things. So when you're looking at the immediate impact to the ratepayer, that's really what 21 is speaking to.
Okay, and usually when we look at alternatives, we, for example, in comparing putting on a scrubber on a power plant versus building a combined cycle plant, we're used to seeing, for revenue requirement, they're in the tens of billions because they're run out. Are you saying that if we requested you to run these numbers out and do cumulative differences like you have done at the bottom of, I guess, 21B on the right, those numbers would never change?
Well, no, they will change. If you see, we held a lot of the O&M costs flat because we really weren't sure in Owenston if we do the improvements. Okay, we know there's some chemical savings from the bulk storage, but as the regulations come in, we weren't we're putting a sludge press on. Okay, now you have to start adding a sludge polymer, but we didn't include some of that in there, so we just held the chemical, some of the O&M costs flat. Then you have the depreciation and some of the tax effects. So it's not totally flat. It will run out. You will start seeing an increase in that savings amount at the very bottom.
So the savings will increase over time as it
Absolutely.
Right down.
Absolutely.
And what is the items in both of these analysis for both options? What equipment? What's the shortest useful life used in any of the depreciation schedules? Would you guess?
Gosh, it seems like some of our communications equipment has as little as like a 5-year life. Seems like some of the SCADA equipment has 5-7 year life.
How difficult is this to run this, to continue running this, for example, through 2030?
We can certainly run it through 2030. Running it all out, it's not that difficult. Then you start getting into, if you try and bring back a net present value, what kind of interest rates, those sort of things. But we could certainly make those comparisons and run them out in today's dollars if that would help the commission.
It would help me if you all could do that.
So you use today's interest rate, not knowing, you have no idea what they would be.
Right, and so
2030.
the revenue requirement was based on our current cost of capital. And that's really that was what we were trying to demonstrate in 21 was, yes, the capital costs and you've got this payback, but the immediate cost to the customer is based on our current revenue requirement is an immediate savings of $300,000 a year on the revenue requirement.
Well, let me ask, how difficult is it? Is it to do that?
It's not difficult. It's simply running the chart out a little further.
Well,
We can certainly do it.
Let's go to 2035.
He's just asking who is how.
I had a couple of shorter questions. You indicated depending on the difference in the price of power, do you have different electric utility supplying power, or is it all KU?
Actually, it's all Owen Electric.
What about, oh, so it's Owen Electric for,
Owen Electric serves the City of Owenton Water Treatment Plant and KRS-2.
okay, KU does the other two.
Right, KU does the other two and the booster from KRS-2.
That's what I was trying to understand. In order to do one of these 5 MTD upgrades, would you all be coming to us for CPCN?
On the upgrades of the Owenton Water Treatment
Yes.
Plant? I believe we feel like we should.
May I interrupt for just a second? I think your question was related to a 5 MGD upgrade at Kentucky
Oh,
River
okay.
Station 2, and she
Yes.
said Owenton.
Okay.
I just want to be clear.
Yes, I'm focusing on.
Yes, absolutely. A 5 million gallon a day upgrade at KRS-2 would require a certificate, I believe.
Now, what additional, okay, you have to get commission approval to do that. Now, when you talk about, again, I'm a little confused on rated capacity. So right now it's rated at 20. There's no rating agency, that's just a term that's used to describe the capacity?
Well, there's not a rating agency. The Division of Water usually signs off. What you do is you submit your plans, and we say, based on these plans, this is a 20 million gallon a day facility. And usually when they're approving it, they agree with that. What you're looking at is you're rating the facility with the largest unit of service out of service. So, for instance, at KRS-2, we have a combination of high service pumps. Some of them are 10 million gallons, some of them are 7 million gallons. But in order to meet the qualifications, the standards of rating it, it's what's the sum of what you can pump with one of your largest 10 million gallon a day units out of service. Now, as Lance was describing the 5 treatment processes, all of them are rated at 4 million gallons a day. So if you, they're actually, they're at, yes, they're at 4, but I mean, you take one of those out of service, I guess they're at 5 million gallons a day, and then that's how you get to the 20 million gallons a day rated capacity, assuming that any one of those trains is out of service, if that helps make sense.
Okay. And the Division of Water actually, quote, approves it, is that right?
When they approve the plans, they should, I've seen some of the documentation that says, yes, we agree with your plans of a design facility of 20 million gallons a day.
Okay. And then there's a separate permit or whatever from whom? Kentucky River Authority as to how much water you can pump out of the...
No, actually, the Division of Water also approves the withdrawal permits. Okay. The Kentucky River Authority is not involved in that withdrawal permit process.
Right now, KRS-2, you have a 20 million gallon per day permission or permit from DOW?
Yes, the way the process, it's kind of interesting. You have a permit there. We have 9 months that were permitted at 6 million gallons a day, 3 months that were permitted at 20 million gallons a day. Part of that is the Division of Water doesn't want to approve a withdrawal permit if the plant's not actually operating at that. They don't. It's 2 different groups, 2 different branches within the Division of Water, and they want to allocate your water withdrawal permit based on what you're actually operating at. So they will ask you to come in and do an application for renewal if they see that you're getting either up close to that amount or above.
Okay, so at some point that's where you indicated all right, help me understand the where you get your calculation, and in several places you say the addition of the Northern Division customers to KRS-2 would represent approximately 2% of the demand during a drought.
There's a couple different things. If we were looking at the current 1 million gallons a day approximately that they use on average in the Northern Division, if you look at that on just an average day of 41, it's about 2.3%.
So you're using 41 for the entire.
Right, now on a drought average day, we're looking at through the year 2030, I think 66 million gallons a day was the drought average day demand. So if you're looking at 2 million gallons or slightly less than 2 million gallons, I think it comes out at 2.4% of that, in addition to that.
So you're using 1 for the Owenston division, and then you're using about 40 for the entire system. So it's not part of KRS-2, it's the entire
Right.
system. I have a couple of questions about the letter that General Spenard referred to that was sent in response to the 80%.
Yes.
So the letter says that although KRS-2 pumpage exceeded 80%, and actually it exceeded 80%, it looked, I mean, wouldn't that have been 90% is what it was on that day? If it was 18.025 gallons?
Yes, I think
gallons?
the order just asked that we notify the commission if it exceeds the 80% level, and that was the purpose of that.
Correct, but just so that I understand the calculation, that would have been.
Yes, that would have been 90%. You're correct.
And then Mr. Ingram's letter continues and says, although KRS-2 pumpage on June 28th exceeded 80%, KRS-2's rated capacity, the system-wide pumpage, which includes all of it, was at 77%. So that would be taking all the rated capacity. Now, was that a drought day or not? Does that matter?
It was fairly hot. I wouldn't call it a drought day. I mean, if you recall, back in June, we went through a period of extremely hot temperatures with no rainfall at all.
But the denominator would not. Is there a different number that's ever used in the denominator if there's a drought, or is rated capacity?
No, rated capacity
is rated capacity. Okay, and were there any other days this summer, or was that the only day this summer that it exceeded 80%?
You have to go back and look. I know we were up in the teens more than that single day, but I think that was I can't recall exactly. We can get back with you on that.
If I could. Now, I'm trying to understand droughts, and because we got a copy of this letter back in early July. Then we get the state announcing a water shortage watch for 27 counties in Kentucky during that same period. That was July 6th, and then we get these U.S. drought monitors sent to us where Fayette County was in looks like a D2 drought, which was considered severe on July the 3rd. And it was puzzling to me that, again, I'm not an expert on water, that during that same time, you all, in effect, put out a press release that said, and these are my words, not yours, don't worry, be happy, water your lawns. And then at the very end was the caveat, oh, be careful, But it just struck me, so one of the questions I have related to that is there any cumulative impact on the river itself by excess water usage? Or is the problem that arose with the whole KRS-2, the necessity and looking for supply, was that really just having better equipment, additional equipment, or is it also a flow of the river issue?
It was definitely a flow of the river issue. Now, keep in mind that the Kentucky River watershed is very small, and it recharges itself very easily. So when you're asking is there a cumulative effect of the river, excess water usage. I mean, we're not getting years and years or months, but
In other words, you all are basically saying there's no, although we're getting contradictory information because you all are saying it's not an issue, we're okay, and everybody else, we're getting all this information. We're in a drought, other counties are saying be careful. And so my question is, would that have had any impact at all if the drought had continued or had been more severe than it was? But at the time, nobody knew how severe that drought was going to be.
right, and that's one of the tricky parts of droughts. You really don't know how severe it's going to be. I guess what we were trying to do is we kept getting calls from neighboring utilities and some of the stakeholders and some of the news media as, when are you going on restrictions? Because we had so many times since 1988, I think we had 5 or 6 times that we had been in restrictions. So it was hot, it was dry, we're getting phone calls, when are you going in restrictions? We were really trying to say, okay, this was the point of KRS-2, was that when we get into these early hot, dry periods, this is what we're trying to do is, we have plenty of water at this time. Now, if it had gone on, part of KRS-2 included some hopefully very moderate restrictions during severe drought periods.
And so, say that the drought had continued, so basically you're saying because it replenishes itself pretty quickly that it is really almost a day or a week-by-week situation as to how much water, or?
Year to year, it can go up and down. We can certainly see a bump up if you get 2 or 3 good days of rainfall in the middle of even a severe drought. You'll see a bump up and a recharge, but it'll drop back down very quickly. I mean, you kind of go through the whole season, but we haven't seen issues like they've seen in California and the Midwest where you have year over year of cumulative drought. I guess it doesn't mean that it can't happen. There were certainly some issues back in the 30s where they had a couple of back-to-back years of drought.
Okay. Another point or question is the Kentucky Division of Water generally permits withdrawals based on actual production and will only consider requests for increased withdrawal amounts based on actual withdrawals above the permitted amount by 15% or more for more than 30 days on average. Tell me what that's about.
Again, this was a question that arose even during KRS-2 because here we were building a plant with a rated capacity of 20 million gallons, but we had an approved withdrawal permit that didn't have 20 million gallons every day. And the Division of Water saying, we want you to come back in, and we'll tell you when to come back in. So if we have one single day, and we used to do this actually at KRS, the original KRS a number of times, we would have a day that would bounce up above the withdrawal permit amount. What they're asking you to do is not necessarily manage on a day-to-day basis. It's not a hard, fast number. But if we see over 30 days that you've exceeded your permit more than 15%, they're going to be wanting to talk to you pretty quickly. What we saw, actually, the Owenton Water Treatment Plant about a year ago, we had been continually operating either right at or slightly above. I think it was actually 2 years ago we first noticed it. We called the Division of Water. They said, well, no, we really want you to see how you operate for the next few months. And if you're still at this level, then we'll ask you to come in and revise your permit. And that's exactly what they did.
The testimony in the case is talking about this particular, if we approve KRS-2, that may quicken the need to apply for, I guess, one of the 5 MPD expansions by 1 to 2 years from the 2025 to 2030 projection.
Right.
Now, so one of the things I did notice is that on your website it says that Central Kentucky customers will have access to ample water with the newest treatment plant. You'll have access to ample water supply for at least the next 20 to 30 years. Now, is that with the additions? Do you mean with the additional 5 million, 5 million, 5 million, or because this is 2012, I mean, my calculation would be that if you're looking at maybe 24, that's 12 years, it's not 20. I mean,
Well, and
you know,
that's where we get into, that's where you get into the appropriate planning and when you make the next move. The population projections go out through 2030, but I think if you ever heard Ron Crouch from the University of Louisville speak on them, he said, after you get past about 10 years, it's really difficult to forecast that with a lot of accuracy. We know where the trend is, so you're just constantly looking where that trend is. When we came in 2007 and talked about KRS-2, at that time it was, well, when are you going to need the next increment of capacity? And based on the population projections at the time and the declining use actually that we had built in at that time based on conservation and efficiency, we were saying somewhere around 2027 we may get to a point where a peak day exceeds that rated capacity. Now, would we, the very first day that happened, be in here with a certificate trying to increase the plant 5 million gallons? Maybe, maybe not. It would just kind of depend on what the trend of water usage is at the time. So what we've tried to do as part of that projections is, does that 2027 come back a year or two? So when we're saying we have ample supply, the Division of Water has told us they do not see any restrictions placed on our permit up to 25 million gallons. So at least through that first expansion, whenever that may occur, we have ample water for our customers.
Okay, and what, I assume you were here when, during the public comment, when Tom Marshall talked about the problem from his perspective on those DOW reports was not too much, or not expanded use of the system, but actually that this particular system is underused. And I guess I'd like to, although I realize that's not sworn testimony or anything, I would, those are sort of two contradictory views. One is that in 15 years you're going to need to expand, and his is that his viewpoint is that you're not using it enough and it's not needed at all. So,
well, I was intrigued with his comments. I certainly would say, from having done demand and forecasting for Kentucky American for over 20 years now, I mean, in 2007 we built in a declining use, a conservation, there was an efficiency use. What we've seen since 2007 is, yes, like the rest of the country, we're continuing to see a declining use. Has it been accelerated slightly? Perhaps. The trend has been more than what we forecasted in 2007. It's being offset by the population projections are actually higher in 2010 than they were in 2006. So what you get, if you compare the demand projections from 2007 to the ones we updated just in July, they come out in almost the same place. And what we're actually getting is, we've seen the last few years a trend of a bigger gap on the peak day between the average day. Is this an issue of just the efficiency, but then when those peak days hit, they're spiking up? Or is it just a factor of the weather the last 2 to 3 years? He rattled off 3 or 4 years. I would never suggest that we would want to do treatment plant capacity planning based on 3 or 4 years. I mean, I think if you look at our projections, we are looking at trends over 10 years, 20 years, trying to follow those trends out with the population projections.
I had questions, but between my colleague and the questions of the Attorney General and Staff Counsel, my questions have been asked and answered. So, but I did want to say hello, Ms. Bridwell. I haven't seen you for a number of years, but you've certainly been a witness when I've been in this seat before.
Thank you. It's good to see you.
I have a little bit of redirect, Your Honor. On the declining use issue, Ms. Bridwell, that Vice Chairman Gargan was asking about, declining use is usually, correct me if I'm wrong, measured in a use per customer, correct?
Yes.
And I think in the KRS-2 certificate case and some discussion here today, there is some declining use seen across the water industry, correct?
Yes.
What are some of the reasons for that?
Well, there's a lot of different reasons for it. I mean, let's face it, the economy is a big reason for it. There certainly has, because of the economy, been a push on higher efficiency appliances. We're seeing that that's more and more folks are replacing their appliances, maybe for electrical savings, but it's also resulting in some water savings. Hopefully, our conservation message is getting out to. We're seeing smaller households. I mean, there's a lot of different factors, and so just trying to follow, as I mentioned to Commissioner Gardner, trying to follow that trend is what we're trying to do at this point.
But thank you. When we talk about declining use, though, we're not talking about declining use of the Kentucky American customer base as a whole. It's a declining use on a per individual basis, and that's why population growth can equal to or outstrip the declining use phenomenon that is occurring, correct?
Yes, and that was the point I was trying to make with the Vice Chairman, was that if you compare the demand projections from 2007 to current, the average day is actually slightly less, the hot, dry average day is slightly more, and the drought average day is slightly more. The declining use that we're seeing is being offset by our population projections. Whether that will continue, I just don't know.
Vice Chairman Gardner had some questions I wanted to follow up on that kind of related to the Kentucky River itself. Can you describe to us the series of locks and dams and pools on the Kentucky River, and explain, if you would, the numbering of those pools and how they eventually flow into the Ohio River ultimately?
Certainly, the pools are, the dams are numbered 1 through 14. They start with the closest one to the Kentucky River, to the Ohio River is 1, and they go up all the way up to 14, which I'm trying to, 14's in Beattyville, I believe. Get confused on which ones are up there. When we're looking at pool 3, which is dam 3, which is where our KRS-2 facility is, we are the last withdrawer out of the Kentucky River as a water utility. Now, the Severn Creek is actually is pretty close to the Kentucky River down in Pool 2, but that's been part of the Division of Water saying that they would not restrict our withdrawals at that point up to 25 MGD, is because there's no one else downstream of us all the way to the Ohio River. Our KRS-1 plant, if you go all the way up, if you think of the Kentucky River kind of in a horseshoe and you're coming down around Fayette County, KRS-1 is in Pool 9. You've got all sorts of users downstream from 9, and there are restrictions on that permit that we talked about.
Okay. And so is it true that one of the reasons that KRS-2 was built at Pool 3 is because it is very, very far downstream of the Kentucky River, where flows would be almost at the maximum you'll see at the Kentucky River before it merges into the Ohio River, correct?
Yes, it's much more of the watershed. You're getting a lot of return flows from some of the sanitary sewer plants and other tributaries.
It is accurate that one of the reasons that the KRS-2 certificate case had to be filed was because the raw water supply all the way upstream at Pool 9, where Kentucky River Station 1 is, had some inadequacies.
Yes.
The existing raw water supply that feeds the Owenton treatment plant, where does that raw water supply come from?
Severn Creek is, there's an unnamed tributary, and then it comes down into Severn Creek, and there's 2 or 3 creeks that come together there, and then they flow. I mean, I wouldn't say it's a stone's throw, but it's pretty close to the Kentucky River. Our intake on Severn Creek is almost at the confluence of the Kentucky River.
Okay, so the raw water for the Owenton treatment plant, is it accurate to say it comes from tributaries to the Kentucky River?
Yes.
And so if this project is approved and the raw water starts being distributed to the Northern Division from the KRS-2 intake, that's going to come from the Kentucky River, correct?
Yes.
Do you foresee any difference in the amount of water withdrawn under either alternative here that is ultimately Kentucky River raw water?
No, I mean, they're both within the Kentucky River watershed, whether you take it out at Severn Creek or at KRS-2.
Okay, so do we have a net zero or a net negligible effect?
Yes.
In terms of the amount of raw water that will be used under either scenario?
Yes.
At times before KRS-2 was built, and this goes to the rated capacity questioning that has been the subject of some Q&As today, has the Division of Water at times in Kentucky American's history allowed temporary re-rating of Kentucky American water treatment plants for high-use times?
Yes, actually, Kentucky River Station has a temporary re-rating of 45.
Okay, so as originally built and as originally approved by the Division of Water, it had a rating of what?
It had a rating of 40. We asked for a temporary re-rating of 45. That is pushing more water at a higher rate than the standard is usually preferred through the filters.
And is that an analogous situation to the situation that's been presented in this case, that KRS-2 is rated for 20 MGD, but if necessary, more water can be pushed out of KRS-2 than 20?
Yes.
And is that at least part of the basis for some of the data responses in this case, that there may be an ability, that there is an ability to provide up to 24 MGD out of KRS-2 without further modification to that plant?
Yes.
And I just want to make ask one clarifying question. Is it your belief that the Kentucky Division of Water, although the permit for KRS-2 allows for 20 million gallons per day of withdrawal, that can be exceeded in times when you need to exceed it?
Yes.
Is it your belief that the Kentucky Division of Water would be okay with that?
Yes.
And so that, and did you testify that that's not a hard and fast rule for 20 MGD, rather the 20 MGD applies based on your experience with the Division of Water over a 30-day period?
That's been my experience with numerous conversations with the Division of Water.
Can I ask a question right there?
Absolutely.
So is that, you can go 15% above the 20 for or is that?
Yes. The 15% above the 20 on average for 30 days. And what they're really looking for is if you have one day that spikes up to 30% above, that's fine. If you're in a situation where you're looking at 30 days above that 15% mark, they want you to talk to them right then.
Just 1 second, Chairman. Let me check my notes here, please. A couple more questions. Did you testify that you were in the room earlier today when Mr. Marshall made his public comments?
Yes.
Do you agree with his statement that Kentucky River Station 2 is not used and useful?
No, I do not.
Would you agree with, in the last two Kentucky American rate cases, the combined conclusion of those is that KRS-2 is fully in rates now and therefore deemed to be used and useful by this commission?
I think it's just the last rate case, but yes.
Do you agree with Mr. Marshall's statement that Kentucky River Station 2 was built for the Northern Division?
No, not at all. I mean, I think there's been a lot of evidence to the contrary that was presented in front of this commission.
There were some questions earlier today about disposal costs and whether they might have to be incurred with the existing Owenton treatment plant if this proposal is approved and constructed. Can you provide any more information about those disposal costs and what might be available as an alternative means to demolishing that plant?
Well, one of the things we had talked about as an alternative, and we've actually been approached by an entity, one of the public agencies in the area, that they would be interested in taking over the plant, the facility, as is if we remove the chemicals. So I guess that's part of the reason we have not addressed it specifically as part of the cost in this, because we know that's out there. It's obviously too early, too premature to determine exactly what the best alternative is for our customers. Whether it's to sell the property, demolish it, landfill it, donate it, I don't know at this point.
Well, when those options become more final, will Kentucky American choose the one that has the least possible impact to Kentucky American customers?
Absolutely.
Would you agree with Commissioner Breathitt's statement earlier today that to the extent any costs are incurred associated with the Owenston Water Treatment Plant, if this proposal is approved, that would be a question to be addressed in a subsequent Kentucky American rate case?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Chairman, I just have a few. During the redirect, my recollection was you mentioned that the KRS-1 facility had been re-rated at 45.
Yes.
And I'm just going to go through this relatively quickly, hopefully. The Richmond Road Station's rated capacity is?
It's 25 currently.
Okay. And the KRS-1's rated capacity is listed as?
It has a rated capacity of 40 MGD. We have been authorized a temporary re-rating of 45. There wasn't an end date on that temporary re-rating, but it was anticipated that as the regulations were changing in the next few years that we would need to reevaluate that.
Was the temporary re-rating related to the fact that Kentucky American had a treatment issue and it was trying to solve the treatment issue at the same time it was trying to solve the water supply issue, and that the re-rating was an interim step?
I think they recognized that we had a supply issue. I wouldn't call it an interim step, because I know there have been other facilities that have also had temporary re-ratings. As I indicated earlier, the limitation at that plant is the flow through the filters, the rate of flow through the filters. If you've got good water quality, it works. If you don't have very good water quality, it doesn't work. And so they've cautioned us that they may not continue to allow that as the regulations go forward.
Okay, and I apologize for my confusion and lack of precision on this, is that when I say interim, I was thinking interim and temporary are synonyms.
And I guess it wasn't specifically identified that once you get your new plant, guess what, this rating's going back to 40. It was really more of, in the planning of KRS-2, we always took the assumption that that rating would go back to 40 based on regulation changes. Was it done specifically as an interim or step? I don't think that was the intent there. That certainly wasn't our understanding of it, but that, again, as the regulations were changing, perhaps this 2013 disinfection byproduct change may result in that we lose that re-rating.
When the Kentucky American Water Company reported to the Kentucky Public Service Commission that it had exceeded the 80% of KRS-2's total capacity, there was a reference in the letter that on that date, thus, although KRS-2 pumpage on June 28, 2012 exceeded 80% of KRS-2's rated capacity, KW's system-wide pumpage, which includes all of KW's treatment capacity, was at 77% of system-wide rated capacity on that day. With regard to that 77%, was that using 40 or was that using 45 for the rated capacity of the KRS-1 station?
That's what you were going to ask me. I don't remember whether we just have to go back and look at that number, whether it was using the 40 or the 45. We'd be happy to give you that.
Okay, and so with that, I'm satisfied if we can make that a hearing data request. And thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Ms. Bridwell, you've talked a lot about, or somewhat about, conservation. The Kentucky Americans conservation programs, are they, is your outreach and your bill inserts and your other efforts at conservation the same for the Owenston area? Are they getting the same outreach and printed materials for conservation as the Lexington area, Fayette County area, and surrounding counties?
Yes, they get the same bill inserts, they have the access to the web, there are any messages that go out. The only thing that they might have differently is if the media play, because the Owenston market sometimes picks up a lot of the Cincinnati area, and we tend to focus our media in the Lexington market.
And you're assigned to American Water Works Central Division. Does the Central Division place a lot of emphasis on a conservation message in, I think you said 7 or 9 states, Kentucky being one of them?
It varies from state to state, depending on what the focus is in each state. But I think there is a recognition of a need to utilize the resources wisely, and that as a water purveyor, we need to be leading in the industry as part of that message.
In the electric industry, the 3 of us in the commission are expending a particular emphasis on energy efficiency with respect to power plant planning, and I just wondered about these customers in the Northern District, and the company as a whole, if you put emphasis on that, on conservation.
We do. I mean, if you may recall from when you were on the commission before, Kentucky American had initiated a number of different programs. What we have found is the most effective program is just the constant reinforcement of using water wisely. I wish we could say that some of the fixture replacements and things were really catching on. They just they haven't worked as well as simply just the continued reinforcement of the message, and that's where we focused our resources. And so it has gone to both Northern and Central Division.
Thank you.
So Richard, has there been any agreements with regard to data request and time?
The only, I don't believe we've agreed upon a day, but I would suggest the parties I had spoken with the parties, I had spoken to the parties previously about setting up a briefing schedule, and they had tentatively agreed upon 30 days from today's date. And I would, with the parties' agreement, recommend to the commission that any hearing data requests be submitted within 10 days, if that's adequate time.
Absolutely, it's fine.
And while I'm standing, if I could just simply modify the request that staff had made to Ms. Bridwell to simply, regarding that table, recognizing what Vice Chairman Gardner had requested, ask if the table could be extended out to 2035, considering the effects of accumulated depreciation and deferred taxes.
And will be due back when?
The hearing data request would be due 10 days from today, which...
That would take a little longer.
Well, if I may suggest to the commission, if it takes longer, if council would just simply notify the parties and commission staff, we can work out something on that information and get it to the commissioners as quickly as Kentucky American has it available.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We thank all council and all witnesses, and there's nothing further to come before this body. We are adjourned.